work. So that was really like this continuous process. And obviously there was some failures in the, I mean, all the groups were not at the same level. And actually that was the interesting part, because we could observe where they struggled and to try to, well, reframe probably the exercise for the next time we give it, reframe it, but also some groups, the result was really interesting in general, but not regarding our research objectives. So that's also something that you learn, that there could be a very strong proposal, but then it's a bit of a failure if you have a look at your research objectives. So that was actually the most interesting, or one of the most interesting part of the process, is that from this you can learn, have a real feedback, and learn how to reframe the research and where it leads to dead-end solutions, for example.
Thank you so much for your response. We have a few minutes left, and I want to leave that as an opportunity for the presenters and for audience to ask questions that perhaps we left behind. I know that Samim, you had a question for our first presenters. This is a great time if you want to address that, or any other questions that you might have.
Okay, great. I think then I will start, right?
Yes.
So first, thank you, Biana, for a very great moderating. I really enjoyed, and also how the parts came together, basically, and definitely your great moderation. My question was about the fibers, as I've worked with them, and then there's this experience that you're deepening them into the resin, and that would stay there until you're heating it, and then you presented the fibers in the different sequence of winding and then heating. So I was like, wonder what happens to the fibers in between these two stages? Are they deepened in the resin before, or then it would happen afterwards, or if the fibers getting loose from each other, and what is exactly the strategy, how you're doing that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We didn't get too much into the fiber resin system specifically, but we used something called a pre-preg, which means it was pre-impregnated fiber before we wound it. So the fiber comes off the spool as a fiber resin mixture. As we wind, we had that localized curing. So we heat up the curing and just at the node, and that solidifies the fiber resin mixture completely just at the node. And then the rest is still kind of, it hasn't been cured yet. And so certainly an undeveloped area is kind of the in-between when we're doing the winding and then when we cure the final structure, because we have this basic time window where we can wind before it starts solidifying, because even if you don't put it in the oven, it'll start to harden. And so our thought life for our resin system was about 12 hours. So that also limited the size of the structure between how long the fibers were in slack and then when we could get them into the oven. I think in further investigations, we'd either work with a resin system that has a much longer thought life, or that only hardens at a certain temperature, or maybe uses chemical processes to harden so it's more controlled. But yeah, I would say like the main thing was that we cured it specifically at the node, and then we had this time window from when we could deploy it and actually put it in the oven. And in future versions, definitely that time window would have to be investigated a lot further, because you couldn't store it or transport it if it's going to cure in that time.
Yeah. So just to add up to it, it's like either control the environment temperature, or there's also one consideration we did consider before, but it's probably not the approach like we're going for. It's like to wind it dry and just to cure it at the point we wanted to localize cure, like put the resin there and then cure it, and then impregnated the fiber once it's finished winding, and then you put like the whole net in like the resin, and then that like winding dry might be a solution, but also like winding dry, just in our experience, is also not so pleasant to deal with it. So this is still like the material itself is still a pretty big topic that's open for development for sure.
Yes, yes. I think what was fascinating for me is that you're tweaking the timeline of the fabrication, and all of a sudden that opens up the new doors for transportation. That was very fascinating. I think the moment that you showed all these things packed together, delivering from one point to the other, was very interesting to me, because that was the intelligence of tweaking the timeline of fabrication. And I'm pretty sure that is solutions, but quite challenging, as we all know in the field of research, right? So in that term, amazing, yes.
Thank you so much. Is there any other closing questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much. It was really an honor to moderate this session, and a few of you mentioned the term phygital, which I think that's a debate on its own. But I think what was really fascinating today is to see how every presenter here really through questioning representation, but also conventions of fabrication, but also representation. I think it's a really interesting way to think about future of fabrication and materiality, right? So by using or misusing existing methods. So I hope to be able to see you all next year in Shanghai in person. I think we're missing quite a lot of the action and fun. As you could see behind the scenes, I have to say that Digital Futures and CDRF in person is a completely different experience. So I want to encourage all of us to participate next year in person. And it's been an honor, and I'm looking forward to a publication that's going to include all of our work coming out. Thank you so much, and have a lovely morning, evening, or night, depending on where you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Since the whole intense workshop week will start, so we are calling for some of students coming back. So this is a very busy day. In the morning, actually, we invite Professor Wu Zhiqiang to make an opening remark for this special workshop 2023. And then this afternoon, welcome back for the opening ceremony of Architecture Digital Futures 2023. So this year, the topic for the whole workshop is emerging planetarism, actually, which is a topic and also a continuity compared to last year. Last year, the topic is One Planet. So I think it's after COVID, it's time for us to rethinking on the global situation, because the COVID made us switch everything to the website, to the virtual communication between the students, between the different education in universities. So we were thinking on the new the country situation, because the more general problem critically give influence to the knowledge, developing knowledge. Actually, it's not just about knowledge, it's about some political and different situation, which is strongly rethinking on that. So the planet situation, on the one hand, facing a big problem about environmental issues, including the global warming, including the new resources, which we're thinking how to address our future daily life, and also address our future discipline, academic and pedagogy into the future situation, the global warming situation. And secondly, including some political reason, the war in Europe actually also influenced the global relationship. So the knowledge for the future is not only about knowledge, it's about how to reorganize the resources, the connections, the layers, or the relationship between the elite and also the industry and also our future life. So it is a special moment to rethinking critical, make some research topic on the emerging planetarism, which is more about the new technology, including the AI, artificial intelligence, including the new data science and robotic fabrication, new technology as well, which will give new benefits and a new contribution to our discipline. So it's time for us through conference, through the discussions and debates, even debates on some theoretical courses, to rethinking on this special topic. So it's a great day for you to coming back. And this year in Shanghai, actually, we have 28 workshops, including 23 physical and including 5 online workshops. And after that, we have 9 workshops in Hefei, organized by the Hefei 工业大学, And then New Leash on the website, we will organize another 30 to 40 virtual workshops. I think it's kind of a parallel situation, including the physical one and the virtual one. So this is after the COVID. We're going back to the offline, the physical situation. So face-to-face learning is still super important because we need to rethinking on the teaching process for us to have more opportunity directly going to the physical materiality, including the making process in our discipline. And then this is the Hefei workshops, and then there's 40 workshops online organized by New Leash in 6 different languages. So totally this year we're looking forward to have around 80 workshops in the whole world. And this is actually the Digital Future advisors and instructors from in Shanghai. We organized 28, and the tutors actually from 20 countries. The institutions crossing different continents, including Jaha office, Tongji, Harvard GSD, Tsinghua University, MIT, and also 2 universities from Taiwan as well. And this is actually the background I introduced in this morning, and a diverse academic background. And actually, most of the advisors actually from architecture discipline, but still we have some, including computer scientists and engineers coming here to teach from different perspectives. And I think the advisors, including professor, but we have more than that, including the founders from the industry and also assistant associate professor and professional researchers, research fellows from all over the world coming to teach with us. So the registration around 3,247. And the formal applicants, 1,189. So finally, we have the former student like 6,089 from 385 institutes. So that's the big data for this year, the Shanghai workshop. And from the application status over the past 13 years, you can see during the COVID, because everything goes to online, we have a big number increasing around 7,000, 8,000 over the past 3 years. And this year we're coming back to physical offline workshops. So I think it's still increasing the number, including applicants and teaching situation. And here are the diverse academic background for the applicants. I think most of them actually from the bachelor degree student, but still we have some master and PhD as well. And the background including study architecture discipline, and also we have some professional architects, engineers, so on and so forth. This is a background for the students. Actually, the numbers showing the circle, the bigness of the circles. Because we are organizers, so mostly we have around 100, less than 100 from Tongji, and then we have Southeast University student, SUT, UCL, Tsinghua, and HIT, ETH, so on and so forth, all over the world, from 385 institutions. Today, because some of the tutors and students are still busy engaged into the workshops and preparing all the things in the next 7 days. So it's very intense, but we're looking forward to have like around 7 teams, 7 pavilions, and also we have some like big data, data science analysis workshops, and some software workshops as well in this whole 28 different teams. And this is the journal. Actually, we try to publish some of the, I think most of the research projects in this workshop in the Architecture Intelligence Journal. I think from pavilion research to the scientific paper is a very important training for the PhD student and graduate student all over the world. and the scenarios including the smart habitat, virtual habitat, and the spatial habitat, and also the crossing the whole process, including the simulation, optimization, construction, operation, in habitation, so on and so forth. So welcome to not only making and engage learning in this whole process, but also you should learn how to scientifically to record the whole process and make analysis, and also switch and to represent the process through some scientific papers. And CDRF already just finished today. We have 4 parallel sessions, and around 40 papers are presented. And this is the CDRF global view. Participate from all over the world, and it's CDRF students, including PhD students, including some professors from all over the world. It's the big data for the CDRF, so on and so forth. And the keywords is very interesting here. I think focus especially on the topic of the whole summer workshop, including artificial intelligence, which is the most popular, and computational design, virtual reality, digital fabrication, structure performance design, and structure optimization. And these are very interesting topics, including also human-machine collaboration, physical, digital design, and human robotics, so on and so forth. So these are a brief introduction. So this afternoon, we also have some special guests coming, including Professor Tom Verbus from NYIT, who is here, and also we have Mike Xie from RMIT, who is a distinguished professor and recommendation from Australia. So welcome, Professor Mike Xie, coming to join us. And I want to especially introduce Professor Shui Bo, who is coming this afternoon, will give us a very special lecture in this afternoon. And then I think every year, actually it's starting from 2020, we established award in the community of Digital Futures, because over the past 13 years, we have already have like 15,000 participants in this community. And a lot of advisors actually used to study here. For example, 8 or 9 years ago, and afterwards they go to different universities to have their PhD study. And after their graduation, when they become the professors or become assistant professors or professional researchers, they actually start teaching in this community. But I think it's like the life cycle, how to training the new generation, how to learning from each other through this kind of sharing platform. And I think it's important when you become advisor in the academic world to teach in the even younger generation. So that's the generation community of Digital Futures. So it's really important to have a special, like established special culture in this community. So from 2020, we established the award. And the first year, I still remember, we have the Coding World Award, we have Digital Future Young Award, and also we have some the prominent researchers award. And from 2021, we have the through election, we have the fellows of Digital Futures, and all of them actually play the leading roles, help us to establish the workshops and establish, including some keynotes presentation in different meetings over the past few years. And it's super important to have the leader roles around the world and select them to play to influence the younger generation. So, and also today we will announce this year's new fellowship to all the community in the opening ceremony. So firstly, I think it's important to have the special guest who I would like to introduce, Professor Tom Verbus. He actually used to be the key member, one of the key member in ADF, and working with a lot of very famous iconic professors in the world. And then he moving to Hong Kong and play also the leading roles in Hong Kong U, associate dean, serving in Hong Kong U for a couple of years. And later, he actually moving to New York City, and right now the full professor in NYU over the past 4 years. I think it's a long time no see Tom because of the COVID. It's not easily for traveling. So today it's a great honor to have him here. And in the afternoon session, first, I would like to invite Tom Merkus to give us the lecture. Thank you so much. The keynotes.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that very warm welcome. It's really such a thrill to be back here at Tongji and back in China after so long. Okay. Thank you very much. It was great to have your presentation, Philip, of Digital Futures. I think this is really such an incredibly important and impactful program, and has been for so long. This morning, it was a pleasure to be welcomed by former deans Wu Jichang and Li Zhenyu. So I'd like to just formally, thank the leadership at Tongji, Li Xiangning, Associate Dean Philip Yuan, Yan Chao for organizing this wonderful Digital Futures, and really for the honor of speaking here today. As introduced, I'm based in New York after many years of living and working in Hong Kong and China. And my presentation today, titled Innovating, Projecting, Designing, and Workshopping, all verbs and actions, things we do, which we're going to engage in the next week during the Digital Futures workshop. And in this brief keynote, I'll first theorize maybe the problematic of workshopping, and then I'll show some projects from one project from my practice, or a couple of projects, but focus maybe more on some teaching outcomes and workshops. Firstly, I really have to more formally commend and congratulate Philip Yuan and your team for a truly transformative and meaningful contribution to global architectural culture through the activities of Digital Futures over the last 14 years, and especially during the years of COVID, when we are all locked in our homes, and this program played an exceptionally important role in enabling global architectural culture to persist. So Digital Futures, from my perspective, opens up some questions about design intelligence through the use of various software and machining hardware, of course, which we deploy advanced capacities to learn. Ultimately, we're here for one shared goal, to advance knowledge and share it collectively towards the presumption that civilization and technological culture advances in this very collaborative mode that we've established here. Some 112 years ago, in the year 1911, International Business Machines, or a company became known as IBM, was founded. And their slogan since then has been think. And thinking is perception, yet learning is about intelligence. And Apple cleverly responded in the 1990s with a slogan, think different. And as we socialize and spread our technical knowledge amongst ourselves and more globally, I'm reminded of the first recorded use of the term parametric architecture in an exhibition called Mostra Architettura Parametrica, Parametric Architecture Exhibition, curated by an architect, Luigi Moretti, in Italy in 1950. In my work as an educator, designer, and writer, I'm interested in the impact of technology on how we conceive and design in the urban environment. And in that sense, for me personally, the city and science fiction are interlinked, and the creation of fictive narratives of possible futures, often expressed decades ahead in film and literature, is useful for architects and urbanists, as our discipline and material products take longer than films and books to make. in general, science fiction has often served to express our cultural imagination about the future of cities and civilization. In science fiction, we consume the projections of our collective imagination. Here's a large model that was used to film Fritz Lang's Metropolis some 96 years ago, showing the multiple modes of transportation infrastructure set within a super dense layered city. Disney projected the future in earnest with Tomorrowland in the 1950s, eventually built as the Epcot Center in the 1980s. HAL 9000 was the name of an automated voice-controlled interface in Stanley Kubrick's film 2001: A Space Odyssey in 1968. A little bit more eco-tragically, Mad Max from 1979. And in my personal journey as an architect, this was an immensely impactful film on myself and my generation of young architecture students in the 1980s, Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. A little bit more dystopic as well. It does get a bit cheesy when you look at the history of film and technology. Here's Will Smith, the one man who saw it coming, iRobot, or Cyborg. But a little bit more earnestly, The Matrix and the series of Matrix films were an alternative reality where AI and robotics are filmically shared and in the collective imagination. Inception, where the dream is real, a high-resolution immersive experience at the intersection of our technological imagination and the city. Algorithm, the hacker movie, doesn't need much explanation. And backing up some 22 years to Steven Spielberg's film Artificial Intelligence, which a couple of years back I watched on a Cathay Pacific flight. And it's fascinating how the technology which we're collectively researching and trying to disseminate and create impact with in digital futures and many of our home institutions was popularized decades ago. And in that sense, we have an easier time of it, is that the public imagination of notions and technologies like AI have already been consumed by the public. And a slide I love as a comparison, in 2001, a student of mine at the AA and Stanley Kubrick's interface in 1968 of his film 2001. So in terms of workshopping, the verb, this conference and the really massive series of in-person and online workshops, and as such, we're workshopping the potential for creating impact in the built environment in physical reality. And these workshops do play a vital role in sharing knowledge, in particular technical knowledge and capacities, and to imbibe the next generation with the capacity to advance this knowledge. So at UPenn, I taught a visiting studio some years ago, and we started with a series of workshops on technical skills in Rhino and Grasshopper, a series of 5 mini workshops over 5 weeks, and we shared these tools. Here's one on forces and fields, tiling and aperiodic patterns, recursive subdivision, polyhedral aggregation, and agents and swarmers. And then we took these tools and very literally mashed them up with the intention of having one system invade and impact and infect another. In another short workshop, a one-week workshop I did a few years back at the University of Calgary in Canada, I developed and shared some skills, shared them in the workshop, a series of Grasshopper definitions. And the workshop's titled Urban Isms, plural, in which 36 students each created a series of urban massing and ground conditions in 3D models, and then each student created a physical prototype by really any means necessary, by very rapid prototyping in a matter of days, 4.5 days from start to finish. I directed for 12 years a program that helped to shape what the AA called the visiting school. And in 12 consecutive years of the visiting school here in Shanghai, we engaged with and disseminated new technological arenas and their application in the context of workshopping. And these short-term workshops tend to make space for experimentation, often very much ahead of being implemented in longer term curricula in everyone's home universities. I'll show just one series of slides of just one project over the 12 years. This is the tutors were Emmanuel Coe and Lee Meidze. Emmanuel was my student in the first year, and hearing Philip, you talk about students coming through the Digital Futures program. We had many people come in as students to the AVE visiting program, go off, do their masters, come back and teach in the program. So Emmanuel actually taught, studied in the first year of the program, then taught for 8 years, along with another student who was in the program, Lee Meidze. And he proposed to me in 2015 to work with, well, I'd seen the movie AI, and he wanted to work with GANs. It sounded really fascinating. We're going to take properties of different cities and work them up. So this is the third version of what they did, which I think started to get a bit more sophisticated. Effectively, the workshop conceived mashups between pairings of cities. Here's Venice and Suzhou. And then prototyping urban patches out of these mashups in 3D. There are flowcharts of the inputs, the training data, and the outputs, and the same. And each of these exercises ended up with the goal of 3D printed urban massing models and working on a more granular scale of architectural types and figures and more massing models and mashups of Rome and Shanghai. And the students went through these exercises again and again. And ultimately, ultimately came out with a series of output from that year of a Shanghai in 3D printing of a 9-day workshop. So the collective intelligence and culture that comes from programs like the Digital Futures, which act as agents in the development of collective intelligence and the formation of disciplinary culture. We don't have a crystal ball to predict the future. And when we experiment, we don't know what that's going to bring. We do have access to very large sets of data regarding which our projections can be grounded informationally. And our toolbox has expanded to record our own databases. And we have ways of augmenting our experience of designed environments. And this gives us a really expanded capacity not only to experience digital actual spaces, but also new ways of communicating our work to our audiences. One of the applied technologies which does beg questions of ethics in AI, which can be hashed out in another context, is facial recognition. And this is being rolled out to impact the scale of urbanism and in fact, a planetary scale. So back to the city. So the discipline's projective imagination on cities, I believe, is crucial to advancing our capacity to guide urbanity. And urbanization is perhaps the greatest project of this century. And when we talk about the city today, you know, many people like to preface or prefix the city being smart. And when we categorize the city as smart or smarter, what does this actually mean? Does it mean that the city is more sustainable, ecological? Is it more livable or responsive or interactive, more adaptive, anticipatory, safe, self-generating and maintaining? Is it more automated, participatory, inclusive, more surveilled and more controlled? I won't answer those questions, they're just questions. So there's a history from Norbert Wiener's cybernetics in 1948 onwards, and countless books today, largely by more sociologists than anybody else, of the trajectory of the smart city and its roots since cybernetics. And all of this discourse reminds me of harping back 45 years to Rem Koolhaas projecting retroactively in his narrative about New York, which he called a new balance between control and decontrol, in which the city can be at the same time ordered and fluid and a metropolis of rigid chaos. Only Rem Koolhaas can articulate such dialectics so convincingly. So the so-called smart city is obsessed within mass media and the specialist literature, and especially the discourse of business, championed by technology giants. Whether this is a new urban ideal is not yet clear, but it does turn out that our collective interest in intelligence has an audience in city governance. So cities such as Songdo International Business District are launched and promoted as a smart city, as is Norman Foster's Masdar City in Abu Dhabi. And these dialectics between extremes of how smart cities are punted between the safety, comfort, and security, or the functioning of infrastructures in the city, the digital control, which further sanitizes and makes the city efficient, and the promotion and production of the exchange of knowledge and a better quality of life and of living, and the promise yet again for greater efficiency. I'm not sure if this is a dialectic necessarily, but there are other dialectics about control systems of neo-cybernetics and bottom-up democratization, or the neo-cybernetic city or the collaborative city, between the top-down and bottom-up. Further implications of these dialectics are the surveillance and control on the one hand, and open data or participatory social order, or that of the top-down and the bottom-up, which ultimately it's not a choice between one or the other in cities, but the dialectics do need to be brought together. And the alarmist view by Anthony Townsend is that every city contains the DNA of its own destruction, some fissure that under pressure can erupt into conflict or cascade into collapse. And perhaps the more projective or positivistic view by Sanford Quinter to give place to such out of control, adaptive, robust, self-directed designs is to allow or install a degree of wildness into them. And he's referring to them into cities. So in my practice, Ocean CN, this is an array of projects, of urban projects since 1993, which makes me feel very old, which is perhaps why I'm presenting the Young Award, being as old as I am. And I look at this chart, and we see the various innovations in software that have emerged over time, and perhaps not necessarily the implications on the projects, but I can share in more detail another time. It goes up to 2016. I need to redo the chart. The first project I'll show, we worked on a project for the Seoul Biennale in 2019, recording and capturing 3 distinct locales in Hong Kong using drone photography, video, and photogrammetry. And so here's photogrammetry of the Wafu estate, a 1960s social housing estate in Pok Fulam. Pok Fulam village, one of the last residual informal settlements in Hong Kong, and Aberdeen Harbour. And on the left, we have high resolution drone photography and photogrammetry model on the right of each of these 3 areas. And one of the 2 things we captured with this drone was information such as temperature, a sort of heat mapping on the left, and topographic levels on the right. And in these mappings, in the heat mappings, white and yellow are the hottest, and purple and black are the coolest. And we gain a new understanding from this sort of perspective. And so speaking of perspective, we've surveyed, we have many ways of surveying space and cities, but we literally, we've been fascinated by perspective from a time well over, say, 100 years ago, when we used to use hot air balloons and primitive early photography. And this is perhaps not necessarily any innovation beyond that, just a much higher resolution of capture. The 3 areas. We also looked at aiming to capture and combine the properties of these 3 urban territories, diagramming their inputs and outcomes. So they have base geometries, terrains, and volumes mapped in extrusions. We developed this as a kind of design method, height indicating color and mass and footprint, and the series matrix of models. Here's the installation of the large format prints, 3D print models, and the videos. I had some videos, they weren't working on this laptop. So in terms of paradigms of urbanism, I'm quite fascinated by the categorization of urbanisms, the isms of the ideologies of the city. These are as many as I can think of for the last 100 or so years, and the ones in bold on the right, in dark, in black, are ones that I could say I've had some contribution towards. Of these four that I can say that I've focused on and worked on for many years, sequentially or in overlapping, and the relationship to the other paradigms. And I've come to realize over time that my work has been influenced by living in Hong Kong for 11 years, quite immensely, and the urban paradigms and models were helped and shaped within that experience. And so parametric urbanism, this is a chart, a matrix, which has, well, 3 projects, Motion CN and some teaching of parametric urbanism, the adaptive city, mass customized cities, and intelligent urbanism. And the fourth paradigm, the intelligence of urbanism, is a cumulative effect of the 3 paradigms of ultimately the capacity to harness complexity, the ability to adapt and evolve and change, and the potential of creating specificities. And so Hong Kong and urban paradigms, as I mentioned, and well, until 2019, I lived in Hong Kong, and the lens of these 4 sequential and overlapping urban paradigms, since about 2005, each of them were influenced by my time in Hong Kong. So there are other ways of thinking of these paradigms. Volker Schwedfurt diagrammed the mapping of real estate values. And in this light, Hong Kong is economically parametric. It's a city which is a living spreadsheet of maximized profit. And Hong Kong is effectively a machine for achieving parametric extremes in a financial sense. Keith McGregor's photos from 1983 and 2016 demonstrating in just one snapshot the changes, the evolution, the adaptivity of the city and its ground and its profile. Mass customized cities, a photo by photographer friend David Elliott, who takes shots around town, captures the repetitive similitude of standardized Hong Kong housing, and tries to capture, let's say in more detail, the human factor and the specificities within the standardization. And lastly, the smartness captured by Andy Young, a photographer using drones, of course, and the immense density, connectivity, and relationship with the topography in Hong Kong. So within that matrix, these are the 3 projects. I won't show the 3 projects. One is an urban design project, one is a master planning, and the other is a park design in Shenzhen. But in effect, they've been, this chart analyzes their methods, the graphic spaces, optioneering, intelligent modeling, and the resultant spatial qualities found in each of these projects, aggregation, orientation, degrees of legibility, growth, heterogeneity, generated specificities, size and scale, and density. So there are effects that are repetitious through the projects, despite their differences of context, scale, and identity. I'll show one of these projects. By now, it's an older project, but I think in the context of this workshop is relevant certainly to the workshop that I'll be offering. In our invited competition entry for the Umakita development area in Osaka in Japan, this urban model emphasizes a concrete description of dense massing, infrastructure, and open spaces. And it shows one of the many possible outcomes. So
we worked through patterns.
We began with
a way of
Wari patterns. Not sure what that is. And the principal strategic objective of the proposal was to produce a manifold, an array of different possible future scenarios and configurations of the site. Not a great way of winning a competition, but demonstrating the way that the project as a system can be adapted to diverging orientations of future investment models and planning considerations. There are 6 zoning scenarios, each outlined with a variety of mix of programmatic ratios, each deployed as instruments to yield 6 different diagrams of massing and open spaces. So the lower diagrams are of landscapes and open spaces. So each of these 6 models and their corresponding urban plans describe land utilization, program areas, and composition of the 6 schemes, demonstrating the matrix of program composition, ratios, mixes of typology, of scale, and of extrusion, building height, and footprint, and the relationships of built space and open spaces. And the resultant diverse urban morphologies demonstrate the potential of the project to adapt over time. This is a 7-hectare site, and the model as a system can be adapted over time. So it can be built incrementally. Here's the back end, the ways in which sorry, this is going ahead automatically, and the possible applications of this modeling approach we kept working on afterwards to develop the system of the modeling rather than the model of the project. And this modeling approach, I believe, is to manage it potentially could manage large urban sites with greater interactivity with the model, enabling increased flexibility and responsiveness in time, even over years of duration of implementation of a master plan. And this series demonstrates the coherence and yet highly divergent possible outcomes of the schemes. Let's speed up here. And I was looking for a number of 3D print models, and I've only found some on my laptop. And I'll shift to some teaching outcomes, very recent teaching outcomes, which I think is also related very directly to the workshop, or at least the workshop I'll be offering, or reading through many of the others, I think relates to some of the others. This is one semester of the final studio in our MS in Urban Design program, a Masters of Science level post-professional program. And the studio was called Global Urban Futures, and researching the potential of using AI and machine learning of image-based generation tools, the potential for urban design. So the project was looking at the Lantau Tomorrow vision in Hong Kong for a new CBD called the East Lantau Metropolis. I don't have a pointer, but there's the Blue Lantau Island and Hong Kong Island, and between it is the East Lantau Metropolis. It's 10 square kilometers of island. Pre-COVID, there was a lot of opposition on environmental grounds. COVID hit, there was public consultation, and the project is going ahead. It's probably the largest single land reclamation project ever to take place. Certainly for Hong Kong, it's a massive project. This will demonstrate in a moment where that is, if you're familiar with Hong Kong. So ultimately, it's set between the airport, Kowloon, and Hong Kong Island. So it's meant to kind of triangulate, mapping those connectivities. And so I'll show a little bit of the outcomes first, and then how the project was generated afterwards. Here's the parametrics applied after the use of the generative AI of developing a series of islands and their subdivisions and connectivities. The AI generated outcomes of abstraction towards more and more projected towards these islands. The island topography and reserved ground for green spaces, and what was called in this project the threshold map in Hong Kong, where 70% of the ground is reserved for country parks or green spaces. And that would be the plan also for their project. And a zoning map and a final master plan and axonometric of that master plan, and a single island. In more detail on a kind of block scale of this. This is, of course, urban design, so we didn't really get very close to the architecture. And here's a long series. This is also not everything that was done by this particular group, of looking at a database of cities, and then increasingly finding particular interests in that database and beginning to generate particular kinds of morphologies and connectivities. And working across multiple software interfaces from Midjourney, Ostagram, Runway ML, AI and GANs in Photoshop, and they start to develop a way of understanding urban design and a crucial moment. And I think this is where it relates to the workshop we'll be doing: the jump from the 2D to the 3D and testing out various configurations of planimetrics and jumping into Rhino and Grasshopper. And some of the arrays that were generated and the various kinds of outputs. And this summary, I think, is really only about 1/3 from what the students tell me of what they actually produced. And it goes on. And so here's a more of a summary of the methods of how the project is generated, from the abstraction of cities to the projection towards the East Lantau metropolis. The pattern making and their application onto islands, testing various kinds of morphologies and densities, and evaluating them for on environmental principles. A little bit light, but axonometric of one island, and a bit in more detail. I'll quickly show a couple of other projects of this. Here's another project of islands. This one focused on testing the different morphologies of the island. This one gives a little bit more clear position and how big this actually is as a project, and it's an actual project that will be started shortly. ADF is working on it, the engineering company. And so their proposal focused on recreating the Hong Kong morphology of very high dense figures against figures and connectivity of footbridges, and developing ecological infrastructure in a sense as a kind of equitable urbanism. Interestingly, it looks like Hong Kong. And their methods, very similar. It was a workshop where we looked at a city database and began to develop in Photoshop, Ostagram, Runway ML, and then Midjourney, disciplining the work to be planimetric, black and white, and eventually bringing in green spaces or some different kinds of green. And then at some moment, magically going from the 2D to the 3D. It's not really magic. Stay tuned. We'll start that tomorrow. And the last project is one single island. And this is really truly a radical project. They tried to create ultimately a self-sufficient island that required no food, no water, and no energy to be imported from anywhere. So that's why it's compact and has more efficiency in that sense. Kind of systems of in an urbanistic sense, and super high density. And I'll show you in a moment. The purple spaces on the lower levels is all hydroponic internal food production. And so these purple areas of several floors of the first few floors. And so ultimately it's a city that's raised above the ground, and the lower parts of the city are dedicated to food production. And here's a model that looks at the black in the model on the bottom right, is the extent. So about 40% of the city in terms of its volume is dedicated to food production. This is quite an alarming fact because that's really what it would take to make food local and not use large tracts of land for our cultivation of food. I'm stuck. No. So their process is also working through various software of Photoshop, style transfer, Ostagram, Runway ML, Midjourney, several. Sorry, this is going a little bit more slowly. And so eventually they develop a kind of language for their work as well. This gets many different attempts. This is a lot of dirty laundry being shown here. But ultimately, it's really about producing an exceptionally high quantity of outcomes and selecting out of that, just because of the speed of generation of these images. This is what we'll be starting in my workshop, at least with Gonglei tomorrow morning. Maybe not so much the Midjourney stuff like this. That's generally what Midjourney does. And so their 3 dimensions also interestingly looks so much like Hong Kong of the existing parts of the city as they begin to codify and form find relationships and potential programmatic order within these very abstract models. Okay, so really just to conclude, to get back to workshopping, I think within the context of this has been particularly a very Chinese phenomenon over time. And my old institution, the AA, had a very different approach than the Digital Futures, which is here, on campus or all over the world. This was a map of the Asian programs in the AA visiting school at some stage. The ones in yellow were the 3 that I directed. And that began here at Tongji in 2007, when Associate Dean then, Li Zhenyu, invited myself to do an AA Tongji summer school, and Professor Su Yinsheng taught with us, and that's really how the AA Shanghai summer school started. We only had 1,000 students over the 12 years. It sounds like nothing compared to the Digital Futures from 44 countries. It was in 2010. And the themes over the years were really, the first couple of years we weren't very thematic, and then we focused on what happens after the Expo in 2010, City on the Sea and the rising seas of this very low-lying city. Evolutionary urbanism, the adaptive city, urban formation, customized cities, specificities, city smart, and urban intel. So the titles, I think, are very revealing of the changes of interest in architectural culture. And after 10 years, we celebrated by having an exhibition, held a big event, and published this book, Shanghai 10 Folio. And it documented the student work, the work of the tutors, the work of visitors to the program, and we held a big event. And our events over the years, I don't know if you can read the names, maybe it's a little bit too pixelated, but really was a great highlight. And I think that there was a lot of collaboration with Digital Futures. And so many interesting people descended upon Shanghai and are based here. And it was such an opportunity for exchange and collaboration. And I'm very much thrilled to be back in some of the 10 years of work. And also the tutors that we hired, as I mentioned, about half of these people were students in the program and then got on their feet, so to speak, came back to teach in the program and are now some of them doing some incredible things wherever they are. And so it was really an honor and a privilege to direct that program over the years, having some great trips here to the Chusha Pond Society by Philip Yuan, by Arca Union. And I'll end with a quote by one of my mentors, Zaha Hadid, who in a lecture at the AA when I was just finishing my master's, expressed the way she does, that I really believe in the idea of the future. And no doubt what unites us all here, the organizers, the tutors, the students participating in Digital Futures, is a firm belief in the future. I'd like to well, thank you for the honor and the privilege of speaking here tonight, and to be invited to contribute a workshop. And I look forward to that for the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Professor Tom. I think it's a legend over the past 15 years or 20 years. But Tom actually played a very important leading roles. AV Leading School is more impressive, you know. Very early from 2007, I still can remember. I'm a young faculty at that time, and every summer, because Hong Kong, you have a campus in Shanghai, and Tom actually leading the workshop. Actually, at the very beginning, it's kind of competition between Digital Futures and a Leading School. And because different culture, different policy, I think it's a kind of from the competition to spreading the new ideas of the computational design, the parametric design. I think Tom is very special focus on the parametric urbanism, which is makes research based on certain kind of systematic work and this kind of translation from the system to the form of urban forms. I think it's kind of methodology to systematically design the future city by the initial relationship, which you can figure out from different logic. I think it's a fantastic understanding of the city. But right now, this year is super important. Tom, we're leading a workshop, which is more introduced AI technology, stable diffusion, and Mid-Journey to generate the systematic urbanism through this kind of black box creative process from a connection between human and cyber world. So we're looking forward to see the workshop in the exhibition, I think 7 days later. So thanks a lot for Tom's presentation lecture. So I would leave one question to the audience. If anyone, any student would like maybe one question to Tom, welcome. Just grab a hand. Do you have a question? Okay, maybe I have a question. I think it's important because when we invite Anthony Picon and make a lecture several days ago in our PhD consortium, he actually critically talking about the meanings of the generative design, including AIGC and including the parametric generative design process. He just critically make a special topic on the formalism, actually, which based on the generative process, which he do not think right now the AIGC gave the real meanings for the future architecture and urbanism. So I think it's kind of question put forward how to implement, how to control the AIGC, which is totally a black box generative process, which can give benefits to certain meaning of the future urban form and architecture form. So Tom, do you have any thinking on that? So what's the real relation between the meanings and the generative tools to us in the future. Please come to
Thank you, Philip. I think that's a really important question. I've always had a difficulty with the notion that cultural signification is separate from separate from form, and I in that sense perhaps I'm too much of a formalist to recognize that gap between form and meaning. I don't believe that form has ever followed function. I think we assign certain kinds of uses, meanings culturally to the way that we use organizational itself. And I absolutely understand where Antoine Picon is coming from, in a sense, from his critique of more from a philosophical perspective of the excitement of technologists and such. And so as a historian, of course, his role is one which is to be critical and to sort of raise flags when you need to say, hey, there's a problem conceptually or ideologically, philosophically. But I think I'd like to think of myself foremost as a designer before I'm not a philosopher. I write, I curate, I teach, but I think as a designer, we work with spatial media, and form is our language, in effect. And in that sense, language, there's no way of conceiving language without meaning. And so my position about form is that we have inherently content and in the expression that we make. So I have, in that sense, no problem about being called a formalist, because I think that's in a linguistic sense that is embedded and imbibed with meaning. But it's a great question, and one that we can, I'm sure, discuss for hours. And no doubt if Antoine Picon was here, he could lecture about it for hours. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's a very difficult question, because sometimes the metaphysics is like the form is period to the meaning from some artistic design ways, or some artist, or some pioneer architect. Maybe at the very beginning, like Jaha just put forward the new form and practice it and construct it. But years later, maybe Patrick will give parametric system to the form of Jaha later than this kind of the form. And right now, I think AIGC gave a new formalism, which is totally generated by the big data, by the memory of people. I think it's new formalism is coming, but as this special moment, I think will require debate and discussion to rethinking on how we use and why we implement AI as a new tools to generate the form. But I think still the formalist is the future, is a kind of predicting the future by maybe still the inspiration or the talent from some of the designers. So it's a difficult question, but we still need to keep in mind in this workshop to see how we should control the tools for the future. Thank you. Thanks a lot for Tom's lecture. Thank you so much. And then we go to this afternoon's main session, which is about the award announcement. Actually, I briefly introduce every year we have this special moment. This year, coming back to the offline, to the face-to-face, this special auditorium. And this will be a very, I want to switch. Perfect. Okay, this is the award announcement session. And actually, I would like to briefly introduce how we select all the awards. The process is important. And the nomination actually is from academic committee members and the past award recipients. So we have a very strong academic committee, which both for the Architecture Digital Futures and our Architecture Intelligence Journal. I think we're sharing the same academic committee members. So for the award selection, we also have the past award recipients. So that's also a big number. I think it's around 25 over the past 4 years. We have a lot of recipients. In the future, will be more people join this recipients team. So they have the nomination rights. They have the special rights to nominate, but they can nominate or not. They can make an option. We send an email to them. They will nominate some people, a name list, and based on the how many marks, how many we're ranking the nominal people into a list, and then we send to our judging panels, which is a Digital Future fellow. We have 7 right now, and in next year we will have 9. They make the final options. So we have like 2 phases. The first is nomination and then the final decision. So, and through this process, we have Digital Future Award 2023. I think it's a special moment. I would like to firstly invite Professor Zhang Dengwen, Zhang from Yunlin University of Science and Technology, Taiwan, who is, briefly introduce him. He actually played a very important leading roles in Asia, especially Asia Pacific area, who used to be the former president of CDRF. As you remember, Professor Zhang Dongwen actually very active in the different digital communities. I think he actually played a very important roles. And I would like to invite him to announce the coding award. Please, Professor Zhang.
Thank you, everyone. So it's been my honor to be announcing such an important part of the award, coding award. The coding award will be attributed to APXM or by a developer team from the ICD, including Nguyen Long, the June Tobias, Guanaway Abel, Matthias, Ron, Max, Benjamin, Stella Davis, Steve Ferdinand Lassa, and Wagner Fabian, and also the agent. We provide an open platform for implementation with OVH based individual based system. Well, the main application lie in the modeling and simulation of dynamic system. So the aim of the forward is also to be, still lack of research equipment in the case of tool for modeling and simulation in order to increase transparency of agent-based model and also representative of the research result. So, well, that's will be giving the people to get to the work.
Yes, maybe and make you well, thanks so much.
So I have a short presentation also. This one. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sam, and on behalf of the ICD team, I would just really like to say thanks so much for this award. I think it's a really great honor because we've been working on ADXM for a couple of years now. We released it last year, so it's nice to see that it's getting some recognition on a bit of a larger scale. And I will just now quickly give a short introduction to ABXM for those of you who are not familiar with it, and hope to encourage maybe some people to actually work with the platform if you don't already know what it is. So ABXM is an open platform for experimenting with agent-based modeling. The aim, as mentioned, is to standardize research equipment, increase transparency of agent-based modeling, and repeatability of research results. Its creation stems from the fact, or something that we realized at ICD was that in common practice, people would start from scratch in terms of creating agent-based models. And this makes it really hard to share functionalities, ensure repeatability, and at the end of the day, developments in between people or implementations are generally lost. So in 2019, when we started working at for the Buga timber shell at the ICD, it was decided by some colleagues of mine at the ICD to develop a framework that would allow for the generation of agent-based models to be done in a more standardized way. However, the early version of the framework was still very specific to segmented timber shells. So what therefore happened in a second step was to separate the universal side of the framework with the application specific parts. So you see on the top, the core, and on the bottom, the plate structures. And the universal part of the code became what we now refer to as the ADXM core, and the other part became the first application specific implementation, which now over the past 3 years, or maybe a bit more, 4 years, is followed by numerous other implementations, all which are built again in the standardized way off the exact same code base. So this has included various add-ons from different groups at the ICD. So here you see plate structures, fiber structures, adaptive structures, and what I'm personally working on, distributed robotics. And this is, again, all built on top of the ABXM core. And just like the core, every existing add-on can serve as a starting point for new add-ons. So to summarize, what the framework now allows is to investigate agent-based modeling in a more structured way, as well as to explore previously developed applications, to extend or reuse existing functionalities, and also to exchange models that we develop. And at the ICD, we've been doing this with different add-ons, like I said, but we've also been very grateful to the Digital Futures platform because it's allowed us to explore new applications with students here, as well as disseminate and teach the framework. Our workshop last year focused on materialization informed architectural design, and we're very excited this year to teach the ABXM platform for the control of a mobile robotic swarm. And then a little plug, if you're interested in working with it, you can download ABXM from Food for Rhino. And also, if you're interested in going a bit more deeper, the University of Stuttgart has their own data repository where you can download all of the source code, which would allow you to go a bit more in depth with the ABXM framework. And then to wrap up, I would just quickly acknowledge all of the other people that have been working on the framework. and say thanks so much. It's a great honor. And if you want to know anything else about the framework, you could approach me or my colleague, Lassie, who's here, and we both can help in explaining more about the framework.
So great thanks and contribution to ADM. I think which is an Asian-based discrete component facing discrete component-based design process, which is very useful for the cancellation of the future building facade, building surface. I think it's Asian-based formation process is super useful, especially for facing the robotic fabrication projects. So I think it's a great honor. The juries to select ABM as the coding award. Actually, I still remember the first year goes to also, I think, go to Europe, ETH, Matthias. I think the Matthias got the first the coding award. So congratulations to ICD, the team from ICD. Okay, and then let's invite Professor Xu Zhen, who is actually the Associate Dean of Tianjin University, which is a top 4 university, the best university, the architect school from China. And he actually played a very important leading roles in the community of digital in architecture in China. So let's welcome Professor Xu Zhen to announce the project award.
Hello, everyone. I'm Xu Zhen from Tianjin University. Thank you for invitation of Phillips to inviting me to join this event. I'm honored to have to announce the 3 project award of the project. So the first one is the project award will be attributed to the LeafMaps Pavilion by ICD Institute of Computational Design and Construction. So here is a brief description of this project. The LeafMaps Pavilion offered a variable resource-efficient alternative to conventional construction methods, and therefore represent an important step toward the sustainability in the architecture. It constitutes the first building ever with a load bearing structure that is entirely made of robotically wound flex fiber, a material that is fully renewable, biodegradable, and regionally available in Central Europe. Congratulations, and may the winners come to the stage. Congratulations. Oh, sorry. We have a brief. Yes. So yeah, I'm Las from ICD, and I'm accepting it on behalf of a much larger team, the LiveMats team. And also thank you, Philip, and the Digital Futures for such the honor. Over the past decade, ICD has been researching into fibrous architecture and demonstrating their potential through a series of pavilions. These structures use carbon fiber material systems that are incredibly light, strong, and made only possible through computational design and robotic fabrication methods. Recently, our focus has shifted to investigate making fibrous architecture more sustainable by using natural fibers. This led to the award of Livmatz Pavilion, located in the Botanical Garden of Freiburg in southern Germany. It is the first architectural implementation of large-scale coreless wound natural fiber components. This pavilion stems from the successful collaboration of an interdisciplinary team of architects and engineers of the ITEC Masters Program at the Cluster of Excellence in CDC and ICD at the University of Stuttgart, and biologists from the Cluster of Excellence Livmatz at the University of Freiburg. I'm actually a part of this studio, and you can see me in the lower E. The University of Freiburg asked for a pavilion of natural materials with an anticipated lifespan of 7 years to act as an open-air classroom and event space to showcase research conducted at the University of Freiburg. The pavilion is constructed from natural flax fibers. These fibers have similar mechanical properties to glass fiber rovings, but have a lower embodied energy, are renewable, biodegradable, and readily available in Central Europe. Their utilization could pave the way for more sustainable practices in construction industry. Initially, we needed to find a flax fiber roving that wouldn't break during coreless filament winding. Flax on its own has very limited length and thus limited factor of tensile strength, typically breaking at the connection between the strands. Eventually, we discovered a product with low twist and cylindrical cross-section, which proved to be sufficiently robust. Next, we conducted a small-scale test with various combinations of resin and fibers. The performance and material characteristics of flax fibers significantly differed from their carbon fiber counterparts, influencing both the design and fabrication solution space, as well as the required amount of material, which increases due to the low structural capacity of the fiber resin combination. Therefore, finding a balanced solution was critical. This process has essentially defined our design space, determining the boundaries of what was possible in terms of span, density, bundle thickness of the fiber components. Looking at the global design of the pavilion, it is a radially symmetrical shell with a height of about 3.9 meters and is made up of 3 identical bays with a single keystone element in the center. Each bay consists of 5 elements. And on top, the pavilion is covered with a waterproof polycarbonate skin, which not only provides weather shelter, but also protects the fibers from direct UV radiation, moisture from the rain and from the snow. Each of these elements is about 5 meters long and has a short edge close to the ground and a long edge where the components are all connected. The fiber syntax is divided into 2 groups: the back syntax for lateral bracing and preventing outward opening under compression, and the front syntax, which handles most of the bending and compression loads. Together, they form a hollow closed section, enhancing its geometric stiffness. The fiber layout is structurally informed and optimized through physical structural tests that allow us to calibrate the structural model as well. Each component is robotically fabricated using a KUKA industrial arm placed on a pedestal, along with an additional 1-axis positioner to make all the winding points accessible. The resin bath and fiber reels are externally located to also extend the robot reach. Here we can see the fabrication setup at our production partner fiber. You can kind of see the winding process here. The finished components vary in overall length between 4.5 and 5.5 meters, and each one is around 105 kilograms on average. This is how the individual fiber looks after the curing and removing the frames. Assembly can be done in a few weeks with only a small team and a crane to lift the components in place. Keep going. Once assembled, the entire fiber structure weighs approximately 1.5 tons and covers an area of 46 square meters. The final design complies with the German building code and the related structural requirements, and it can deal with the set of load combinations during wind and snow loads. The pavilion celebrates the novel possibilities of spatial and structural articulations of natural material and offers a perspective on construction that is both futuristic and future-proof. It is an architectural expression that changes throughout the day with the changing light conditions. In broad daylight, the fibrous surfaces are projected as shadows onto the ground. During the night, it starts to glow. The reflection of the polycarbonate facade disappears and the fibers become even more prominent. This is a very promising first implementation of natural fibers in cordless filament winding. We also learned that we cannot directly transfer previous knowledge of petrochemical and technical materials, which means that we will need to develop new approaches to design and manufacturing of natural fiber composites. Thank you. And once again, thank you again, Digital Future. And go ahead.
I'm honored to announce the second project award. The project award will be attributed to Intertrick by Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Intertrick is the experimental structures that combine willow plus the regrow material and earth to showcase the strategy for novel circular constructions methods based on the digital construction technology. Emerging from the materialization perspective, the project revisits vernacular building technologies that use natural composites, such as Wittels and Dow, to understand how this traditional method can be digital reinterpreted. Welcome to the winner of Intertrick.
Everyone, I'll join online and share my presentation. Okay, thank you. It's visible. Can you hear and see the presentation?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. It's an honor to receive the award on behalf of my team at the Professorship for Digital Design and Fabrication at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. I'm presenting the project Intertrick, which explores digital circular construction methods for earth willow composites. Basically, I can also relate to the previous project. So my personal work is split between academia and practice. So I'm a professor for digital design and fabrication in Karlsruhe, and at the same time, I'm the managing partner and founder of Fiber, a robotic construction company that actually stems in its origins from the previously presented research at the University of Stuttgart, where we on industrial scale implement this. So what do both of these works have in common? I'm basically at the university exploring in a very application-oriented research way how we can quickly change the environmental impact of our construction method through digital means. And on industrial scale, we are working on a very research-oriented practice to enable resource-efficient construction through robotic fabrication. So both actually try to address the same problem of circularity and or resource consumption in construction. And the KIT, the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, is actually the ideal place for these explorations. Since as architects, we're not only working at the intersection of design and technology, but since we can actually tap into a larger research environment here at KIT with experts in production processes and energy and material cycles. So also within my team, we have an interdisciplinary team on which behalf I'm receiving the award here today, with not only architects, but mechanical engineers, automation and control engineers, and people with fine arts background joining together to explore novel ways of constructing. The project that I'm presenting actually started from an investigation in the wood market and how much wood can be sustainably grown worldwide and what's the global wood consumption. And the realization that the European Union is actually importing wood also at large scale. So the question is, if wood is the primary regrowing resource we're currently using in construction, how can we diversify that source and which other materials could we tap into? We then looked into fast regrowing resources and identified willows as, if you want to call it like that, the European bamboo, which has no competition in its land use with forestry and agriculture, since it's growing in ecologically valuable wetlands. And it sequesters double the amount of CO2 from the atmosphere through its rapid growth per time and area compared to classical forest industry. So the challenge here is how can we work with this flexible, thin, and inhomogeneous material. For that, we actually came up with circular construction methods that taps into these local, fast regrowing resources, combines it with very abundant earth resources to reinterpret a historic repertoire that already explored a certain circularity and sustainability, but can only be scalable in construction through the development of the respective digital design methods that enable us to generate these tailor-made willow baskets and integrated detailing and earth filling as a construction system. In the next step, we then can finely tune in a high-resolution process the layup of these individual building components. And we prototyped with our team digital fabrication technologies that can work with the inhomogeneous material and process it in a very low energy intensive way. We're taking the willow branches of 1.70 meter length, we splice them together into a macro willow yarn, which is then additively and waste-free deposited into those spatial willow baskets, which are integrated formwork and tension rebar for the following earth filling, actually then generating a fully natural composite building component, which can be prefabricated in an automated way. The project that I'm presenting actually stems from a teaching background. So we have a very close interlink between research and teaching at the Professorship for Digital Design and Fabrication. And the initial question, how can we construct stable structures from a thin branch, was then first explored with hands-on models and prototyping, and then very quickly turned into an exploration of the digital methods and fabrication technology that we would need to work with the historic repertoire of these willow structures and reinterpret it into a scalable digital future. So that was allowed through third-party research funding, where we established a framework that allowed for rather rapid digital additive fabrication of these willow baskets and the very close assembly of the automated production of those willow components to our digital design outcomes. Based on that, we then started a design studio with our students that actually led to the project, which award we are receiving today. So on a fundamental level, one can compare our willow earth composites with steel and concrete, earth being the pressure-bearing component, willow being the tension-bearing component, and the combination of both surpassing actually the structural capacities of each of them and providing an interesting alternative construction material system. Integrating various aspects of component detailing, fabrication integration, we then came up with an integrative workflow to design these spatial arrangements of willow and earth, and came up with the design of interlocking components with selective earth filling depending on the load pressure bearing capacity, and designed a small demonstrator building here some of the machine paths highlighted in color. So these are components that we can fabricate in an automated way. Those are the prefabricated components with earth filling in our research hall in Karlsruhe, being installed together at a small festival site in Karlsruhe as well. So in contrast to Tom's urban scale earlier, this is a tiny project, and it's, I guess, less about the project itself than about the framework we explored through this and how we can reinterpret historic construction method of willow and earth composites and how these can be turned into a digital prefabrication method. At the same time, exploring also in a bottom-up way a novel design and construction repertoire, which has a very fine-grained resolution and articulation of materiality that can only be enabled by the technologies we're employing to implement this. And at the same time, obviously stemming from the basic challenge, how we can build waste-free and in a completely circular way in construction. So this was a small demonstrator here developed at the intersection of research and teaching. And obviously that also involves reflecting on larger architectural scale, how such constructions could work, how the massive earth construction, for example, could also have savings in other building technologies, for example, drastically reducing the heating and cooling demand through the thermal mass of these clay structures. We were able, with our partners, to really advance our understanding of the structural behavior of this system and how that can lead to the detailed design of such structures. We also then further on, through larger third-party funding grants, could further our understanding of the material system and the required fabrication technology, which is currently leading to the implementation of a series of research demonstrator buildings that take the initial idea that was explored during teaching, then showcased as the InterTwig project, and now being developed as larger and transferable construction methods, where we currently also have a larger research grant to develop an actual practical building component as a willow earth wood hybrid ceiling system, which is aimed towards a very quick transfer into the market. So thank you very much. I think Digital Futures is a very important platform for us. As a rather fresh professorship, only since 2 years we started our research in Karlsruhe. It's very important for us to join this platform and this peer group. And thanks again on behalf of my team for receiving this award today. Thank you.
Thank you very much to accept this award online and a wonderful speech. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thanks.
Coming up next is the third project award and the final project. The award will be attributed to Night Nervy by Atisberg and Q Defo. Congratulations. Night Nervy is a pavilion skill demonstrator of a flexible formwork system for constructing the rivet concrete shell. The highly articulated doubly curved geometry is found to act a pure compression with the tension ring at its parameter. The bending active grain shell serve as the primary structures of the formwork and simultaneously as a integrated reinforcement of the final concrete shell. Knit concrete is a syncytinated flexible stay-in-place shuttering encapsulates the expressive geometry. Congratulations to the winner.
You can share your screen online.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll share my screen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's really an honor to receive and to accept this award on behalf of the entire team that worked on it, both at the Block Research Group and at TU Delft. So as the others, I've prepared a very short presentation giving an overview of the project. So NIT Nervi is indeed a pavilion-sized demonstrator of a flexible formwork system, which we installed at the Maxi Museum in Rome last year for an exhibition. What we really tried to show here, because it is at a museum, is not only looking at the flexible formwork system and how this could be created with a hybrid of a bending active grid shell and a knitted textile, but also give a glimpse to the walker by on how structures work. We took our inspiration from the Palazzetto dello Sport, which is just a couple of 100 meters away from the museum, and it's of the famous Pierluigi Nervi, hence the name NIT Nervi, where we wanted to show this type of compression-only structure and articulation of an efficient shell, but also how that might be reinterpreted and how we can bring that closer to construction nowadays. So here you see a glimpse of that articulated shell from alongside Nervi's Palazzetto dello Sport. When looking from above, actually what we see is that we took that concept, that structural concept, that structural principle, and what we did is we inverted the bottom and the top compression rings so that we would have this funnel shell in the end. The shell is made up, as mentioned before, of a bending active grid shell made of rebars, which would also act as the reinforcement in the final concrete structure, but simultaneously also as the structure supporting the fabric shuttering that would be the formwork for the concrete. And a textile and standard scaffolding profiles to hold it up. In doing so, what we're also trying to do is minimize the amount of extra custom support that might be needed during construction. So here's just a quick glimpse of how the shell was, the bending active grid shell was built up. This was done with really a kit of parts where only the outer ring and the inner ring were pre-welded and easily assembled. After which the splines, which you see here, were put into place one by one fairly easily by a team of construction workers on site. So here you can see also the entire process in two directions, and it's taking shape. Those were then tied together with normal rebar ties. So something we can relate to from construction in general. And we then measured very diligently to see that all of the nodes are in the exact right position, which is what you saw Lotte, one of the designer of the bending active grid shell, do just before. Yes, so you'll see that here, making sure that we have everything in place, and once finished, we could prepare the knitted textile. Now, the one part here that is very interesting is that we took a gap between building the grid shell on site and bringing in the knitted textile. And in this case, it was because of having a production process that could be very, very fast. What we did is we wanted to measure the grid shell as built and then tailor our textile exactly to that, even though the differences between the design and the shell are actually quite minimal. So about a couple of months later, we came back and started assembling a textile on it, which you can see here, half covered, half not. And this is done in a simple way, rather low-tech manual way, where you can see we can go around with scaffold and assemble all of the different patches of textile together. Of course, one of the key components here is to also have a way to link to the production method, in this case for the knitting. So having a way to get from the geometry to the actual textile that needs to be put on. And specifically because we wanted to give it a this look of custom and understanding that we can tailor those material properties everywhere. This needed to be expanded so that we really have that control at the loop level or at the very fine level. Here you'll see actually the production process then of the textile, how slowly all of the parts of it are produced, very easily put together in vacuum bags in one bag and took to site again to then assemble into this structure as you see here. What you'll notice also, probably if we zoom in, you'll see that fine grainness of the control that we have over the material expression, but also what we wanted to show the museum goers, which are not necessarily experts in the fields of either structures or architecture, but rather the public at large, to give them a glimpse or an understanding of how concrete structures are built up and how that might work. So through this transparency of the formwork, you can also see the reinforcement. So with that, I conclude my presentation of the project, and thank you very much on behalf of the entire team for the award.
Thank you very much for the sharing speech. Congratulations again. That's my text to the end. Again, I want thanks again to Philips and Digital Future that is more and more critical in the digital architecture. The platform is very, very important. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot to Professor Xu. I think it's a great 3 European team actually win the project Digital Future Project Award because the nominate we have a lot professor from Europe. That's why they're more familiar with all the projects they achieved over the past few years. I think in the future, I think we should encourage more teams. Actually, you should spend time engaged in the whole process to construct some digital project in the teaching process, including the studios, including workshops. I think it's really meaningful to develop not only hardware, but also the softwares to a certain kind of the process-based learning process and design process. So really congrats to the 3 project award. I think, and you're really showing actually the European university that actually they achieve a lot technologies and also advanced robotic fabrication toolbox and including softwares. And the final projects may be not a real project, it's a research project, but actually we can see it's really potential. You can see the professors and students, they're actually learning and also making new knowledge through the project making process. So really congrats to all these teams. Thank you. And then we go to the fantastic Digital Young Award, and that's based on the individuals, their research, their contribution to the community, their publishing the papers. I think this is really compatible actually this year. So I would like to invite Professor Tom Vargas to announce the Digital Young Award, please.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to announce awards. I think it gives the announcer so much meaning and really fulfillment, even if we're not close to necessarily everybody who we're granting awards to. But really, I think this is a very special part of this opening ceremony to recognize excellence. Need to go to the next. So the first award of the Young Award will be attributed to Dr. Wing-Wen Nick Bao from RMIT University. Dr. Nick Bao is a lecturer in architecture and PhD supervisor at RMIT. specializing in performance architecture, computational design, structural optimization, behavioral algorithms, additive manufacturing, and robotic fabrication. He's published over 40 articles and serves as an editorial board member of Architectural Intelligence and Sustainable Structures Journal, along with many other publications and more detail of exhibitions. Join me please to welcome Dr. Nick Bao. Hold on. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm honored to receive the Digital Future Young Award. My name is Nick Bao. I'm from MIT University School of Architecture and Urban Design. Currently, I'm lecturing architecture, which is assistant professor and PhD supervisor at MIT. So I finished my master degree in 2013. Then I worked in different companies in different places from 2013 to 2018 to train myself as a licensed architect. So by the end of the 2017, I met Professor Mike Shear, then discussed with him about my pension for the academic. And later on, I decided to resign from the company and start my PhD with Professor Mike Shear. And also very luckily, I got my lecture role when I was third year of my PhD and start my academic and teaching role at MIT University. So my research is mostly based on the performance-driving generative design and robotic fabrication based on typology optimization and multi-aging systems. So most of my design is especially from the nature structures to balance the aesthetics and performance, and which is we want to achieve. So how can we make the form from the nature, and how can we using the computer to generate a nature form rationally? So back to Professor Mike Shear's Apple simulation in 1990s. Then using his BSO method to develop the efficient structures. Then this is our awards project with Dr. Xinye and Yuling Xiong and Professor Mike Shear. Later on, Professor Mike Shear's team also developed Amoeba software to let the designer to use the using this algorithm to generate the efficient structures. So those projects is designed by myself and Dr. Xinye and Professor Mike Shear from Expo 1.0, 2.0, and intelligent forms. Also, we modified this algorithm to generate more interesting installations and pavilions. So this is the diagram showing my PhD research through the theory to the method to the application. So my research is mostly to integrate with the multi-agent systems and topology optimizations. It's a rules-based design approach, which is integrating digital design later on to have a approach, which is the swarm diesel and agent bodies. Later, using the robotic fabrication and adaptive manufacturing to fabricate different prototypes to realize our algorithm and the digital designs. Using the MIT robotic facilities to realize the projects, mostly using adaptive manufacturing strategies, including the clay, concrete, polymer, and the wire metal prints. To fabricate different pavilions, including the Expo 1.0, 2.0, and intelligent forms, which are 2 pavilions in Digital Future in the past few years. So this year we will have another new projects. We use the KUKA and the robot to fabricate our pavilions and bring it to the Digital Future 2019 and working assemble with students. So this is a project 4 years ago. Later on, we use the similar methodology and design methodology and robotic fabrication method to fabricate this Expo 1.2, which is in the ISS conference in Barcelona. Also, I'm part of the member in MIT Architecture Tectonic Formation Lab, which is led by Roland Snooks, using the multi-agents to generate the installations or the part of the chunk of the facade designs. Still using the robotic fabrication to fabricate the projects. This project is back to 2019 is a whole team project working with Hassan Mohammed and Roland Snooks and Charlie Bowman, using the carbon fiber to be part of the structure inside of the printed skins, which is explained in the Shenzhen Biennale back to 4 years ago. So it's a whole group work. 2 years ago, we also working on a new project, which is called Futures Assemble, which is in exhibit in the NGV gallery. Using a similar technology, but we improve it and also very similar strategy, but improve the printing qualities, also improve the structural performance as well. And the project Intelligent Form is happening in 2021. It's in Digital Future. We are working online, but we have another team in Tongji University to help us to fabricate and assemble it. So the basic idea is still using a typology optimization, DSO, to generate the forms. And also this time we 3D printed the formwork and spray the concrete, UHPC concrete on the formwork and assemble on site. So it's in the Tongji architecture units. And then recently, I'm working closely with Roland Snooks, working on the metal printing, using the KUKA with the printing extruder to print the geometries. So this is the printing results we got. We tested many times to improve the quality of the printings, and working with Roland for the form finding and the fabrications. So this is explained in the Melbourne Design Week last year, which is quite exciting sculptures. It's fully one metal printing. So this is a detail of the 3D printing and the quality, and attract a lot of people to visit it. Okay, that part of my, just quickly introduce my research. Then besides of the research, I'm also leading the one master design studio at MIT, which is called marine utopian. So firstly, using a lot of AI to generate the marine utopian images, and also combined with the floating architecture to design the floating structures near the riverbank, near the on the ocean. Also, at the same time, to design the artificial coral reef using the BSO method, using the FEA method, using the biomimic generative design method to generate to do the form finding, to design the floating structures, floating architectures. So this is the final results from last year. Also we keep doing the similar research and also collaborate with Dr. Dan Luo from UQ to trying to fabricate this interesting geometries for the marine engineering and the floating architectures. So this is all my presentation very quickly. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. So the second Young Award will be attributed to Hao Wu from Tongji University. Hao Wu is a PhD candidate in architecture here at Tongji, specializing in structural performance-based design, computational design for additive manufacturing, 3D concrete printing simulation, and robotic fabrication. He has published 7 articles in international conferences and high-impact journals. Please welcome Hao Wu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm deeply honored and thrilled to stand here as a recipient of the ADF Young Awards. I want to express my gratitude to the Architecture Digital Futures organization and the committee. Please allow me to briefly introduce myself and my research. I'm now a PhD candidate in architecture at Tongji University. My supervisor is Philip Yuan. My research focuses on robotic fabrication, structural performance-based design for additive manufacturing, especially 3D concrete printing, including 3D CP simulation, buildability of the multi-angle 3D CP, and rheological properties of the 3D CP material. Concrete is the most widely used material in building industry. 3D concrete printing has been in development for over 2 decades. 3D CP has several types, such as extrusion-based 3D CP and D-shaped. The yellow points in this chart represent the project finished by extrusion-based 3D CP. Apparently, most of the architectural projects are done by extrusion-based 3D CP. Then we may discuss about the resolution and morphological complexity of the different types of 3D CP technique. The D-shape process enables high precision additive manufacturing. It can easily fabricate overhanging or cantilever structures, but binder jetting machine is relatively expensive, and if you want to build an element with a certain size, the machine should be larger than it. And I think it's very meaningful to improve the manufacturing precision of the extrusion-based 3D CP. And in Tongji, we set up 6-axis robotic 3D CP system. It could deposit material in variable angle. And we do some tests about the printing stability, material, mechanical properties. We developed 2-component printing effectors. It could perform variable height printing and the maximum tilt angle can reach about 80 degrees. In 2021, we built a funicular spatial structure. We use 3D graphic statics and topological optimization for form finding. It's the first time we try to print concrete in multi-angle. And in this project, we analyze the similarities between concrete printing and the tile walls. We explore 3 kinds of layer staggering pattern and do some load testing to find which pattern has the highest structural strength. And this project is published in Cadre 2023. And then we build a lightweight slab without any reinforcement. Last year, we built an efficient steel concrete composite beam. We use multi-material topological optimization to find the shape combined with compression and tension. And then we calculate the stress line of this structure. Then the whole structure is divided into 9 parts. And then the 2 paths for each layer is perpendicular to the stress line. Here is a short video about this project. This study will soon be published at the UIA Congress in Denmark 10 days later. This project, we collaborate with Professor Macias' team. Here is some rendering of the structure. In this workshop, we are planning to build a concrete bridge with a span of 11 meters. Right now, all the elements are printed and under curing. And thank you once again for this honor. And I think this honor is not only for me, but also recognition for the Tongji AIDC team. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, really beautiful work. Absolutely incredible. So the third Young Award, it will be attributed to Tom Spillens from CITA, CETA. Tom Spillens is an architectural designer, consultant, and researcher focusing on digital fabrication, materiality, and computational design modeling. Tom is currently an assistant professor at CETA, Center for IT and Architecture, at the Royal Danish Academy in Copenhagen, Denmark. His research focuses on digital design across the timber value chain, from forestry to construction, and methods of integrating new imaging and information communication technologies in the design and fabrication of engineered timber elements. As a consultant, he specializes in the computational modeling, design development, and fabrication coordination of complex timber structures. We have online, I believe, Tom Spillens, who will join us.
Hi, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect. First of all, thank you very much for this award. I'm absolutely thrilled and excited to receive it and to be part of this event and network. I will share some of the. I guess I will share the path that has taken me to where my research is today through several projects. So to start with, I am a assistant professor currently at the Royal Danish Academy here in Copenhagen. I did my PhD at CETA, the Center for IT and Architecture, which is as well part of the Royal Danish Academy, as part of the EU Horizon 2020 in a Chain network. And right now, my focus is on an ERC-funded eco-metabolistic architecture project run by Mette Ramsgaard Thomsen at CETA. And as Tom was saying, my focus has been on the timber value chain, digitization, computational modeling, and digital fabrication. Much of these interests stem from a fascination with digital technology, and particularly how it is deployed to affect material and material processes and interface with physical environments. So on the left was an experimental project back in London, using adaptive robotics to control the lamination of freeform timber components, and on the right is some early integrations of point cloud scans into VR environments. So my PhD work was very much about this relationship between early stage design and late stage fabrication in timber. Now the whole Interchain project was focused on challenging the so-called digital design chain, or the linearity of it, progressing from early stage design through to maintenance and operation, and looking for ways to kind of introduce feedback or recursion in the sort of chain. So I was partnered with architects and timber fabricators, and looked for ways to how could I develop a notion of a material practice that was digitally augmented in complex timber structures. So this was very much concerned with how one might extend the scope of design integration and past just receiving material and specifying material for a building, but actually pushing it back into processes of producing material, and how things such as glue laminated timber are generated and procured, and trying to open that as a space of design as well. So this happened through three main sections. One which was the embedding of material and process parameters and performances into early stage computational design modeling through the development of computational design tools. Then there was the second component, which was looking at ways of introducing feedback and adaptivity into the production process itself. And then finally, how those two aspects could be integrated into architectural projects. So, for example, on the top left, the design proposal for the Tallinn Architectural Biennale from 2017. And yeah, so some of the work was cited in small scale experimental work in the lab, looking at new typologies of glue laminated components, as well as also being cited in industrial contexts in the factory on active projects, looking at how certain processes could be developed alongside large production that was ongoing. So those are the two main sort of experimental domains that the PhD was cited in. And as I said, that developed this kind of notion of a design augment or digitally augmented material practice in timber that was built upon these kind of three pillars of modeling, materializing, and integrating into design. Yeah. And the methodology that emerged from that was very much related to this kind of deep engagement with material and this kind of entanglement with these processes, and articulated through methods called shadowing, brokering, embedding, and mirroring. This led to the more recent discussion in CETA around materials, and more broadly now towards from a focus of materials to the focus on resource. So the provenance of materials, where do they come from? And this for us, I guess, as the group in general at CETA, this has been driving a lot of the recent work. Finding ways to integrate ideas of origin, transferal, pollution, and end of life into our practice. And what that meant in the for us that we're focused on timber is again kind of pushing the scope of design integration back from a focus on the glue lam blank and the procurement of the glue lam blank, and how these engineered elements are composed and fabricated, even further back to encompass the wider timber value chain, including sawmilling and forestry. So this led us to some interesting developments in the sawmills, where logs are now being CT scanned and revealing this very rich interior landscape of trees that is all of a sudden made available before the sawing, before the processing. And to us, that signified a very large potential for really engaging with material heterogeneity and variation, particularly in cases like these where these data sets can be analyzed to extract features such as knots and pith lines and material orientations and densities and things like that. So in probing this digitization of the timber value chain, we started thinking about how that could be embedded in design processes. So what sort of potentials could that reveal? And this was one of the first tests. So how do we go from scanned CT log to a differentiated product or architectural assembly? And what are the steps in between? What are the requirements? What are the challenges? So this was the initial probing that we decided to call RAW-LAM here at CETA. And it was a way to speculate about what happens if we can start to very specifically allocate particular parts of the material to particular parts of the final design element based on, for example, performance drivers. So on the right, you see high quality clear wood around joints. And on the left, you see more traditionally undesirable parts of the log being used in possibly as filler or anyway in areas of the element that are less performative, that don't require such a high performance. Also about the left image, it also brought up very interesting thoughts about aesthetics as well, and how we can also preserve some of the rawness of the original resource in the final design element by precisely placing it where it can be placed. And that's also where the name RAW-LAM comes from. So this was also expanded into a series of experiments of how do we grapple with receiving the physical log as well as the CT scan digital log. How do we go about tracing the material between the different processes, such as cutting of the log, the pressing of the glulam blanks, and the machining of the final components, and all the way through to assembly and kind of the logistics of all of that. So on the kind of workflow side, this is there was a lot of computational tool development in creating the software workflows to go from high density CT scans through to the kind of material allocation between the design element, performance mappings, and the kind of resource mapping on the other side. And that resulted in a couple of demonstrators. This one is exhibited in Aarhus, at the university at the other side of Denmark, before going to Umeå up in Sweden for the exhibition there. Yes. So this work was largely also supported by and also kind of helped to establish relationships with the timber industry up in Sweden, as well as other practitioners in that field, so mechanics engineers or timber engineers in LTU in Skellefteå. But that also provoked in us a desire to kind of learn more about the dynamics and relationships between actors in the timber value chain. So this was another short project where we were kind of trying to find the questions to ask about all the different actors throughout the value chain and how they might be related through data, through kind of information transfer. So this was a film looking at different aspects of the timber value chain through the lens of data, going all the way from territorial mappings of trees and geology and growth, down to kind of mappings of the forest through LiDAR scanning, to the CT scans of the logs, to also thinking about what is the role of the harvester and the kind of logistics of harvesting and the paths between the forest and the sawmill and so on and so forth. So that was a short film that we produced for an exhibition last fall here in Copenhagen. That was a way to kind of reflect on the work in RAW-LAM and question how we could go further. And this project I also wanted to add to this little collection. This was a short project last year done in a more, let's say, professional context with a group of different company partners for an exhibition here at the Danish Architecture Center. And I include it because it's composed out of flooring offcuts, and the process here was, or the challenge here was, how can we work in a very dislocated and agile small team with very varied input material to still try to push the quality and the architectural possibilities of timber. So it's an all wood construction using these curved glue laminated blanks that are composed of small pieces. So again, kind of trying to think more about how could we introduce different waste streams. The oak benches are fabricated from crooked oak logs that would otherwise be discarded in the timber industry, and the timber for the beams is supplied by a flooring company. And here are just some images of composing things. So again, tracing the material back, not just to kind of having material and using it, but actually seeing how we can start to compose elements and the blank store elements in different ways from various input streams. Yeah, and just some process photos of that. And I guess another interesting thing for me in this project was, and again, a challenge was the necessary comprehensiveness of the digital model. So on the left is a kind of a listing of every single piece, not only every single beam, but every single fragment or component that is laminated into the blank for the beam. So it kind of made us think as well, in order to kind of really properly utilize things like waste streams and varied material, it does require an additional layer of attention or engagement, both digitally and physically, thinking through the procurement process. Yeah, again, saying this kind of complex graph of relationships in a project needs to happen so that at the end, the stuff at the left there can happen. The simple slotting of a plate into a quite geometrically complex joint. And just to kind of finish up, so this is where my current research is focused, but it also brings up questions of scale and of context. On the left is one of the loaders in the Savar sawmill up just north of Skellefteå in Sweden at an industrial scale. So one log every 2 seconds is processed. It's major sawmill. And on the right is one of our friends here outside of Copenhagen. And the sawmill here is exactly what you see in this entire picture. One person with a truck and a small sawmill. So I'm personally very interested in the relationship between industrial contexts and automation, large scale, also not against, but let's say in counterpoint to small scale operations, handcraft, and let's say the application of both. So on the one hand, you have high degrees of digitization and very complex topologies of production and procurement. The left is, again, a look inside of the control room at a different sawmill further south outside of Umeå. And then on the right, again, is the same one-man operation here outside of Copenhagen. So the networks of actors around the procurement of timber projects is particularly interesting. And then finally, more practically, my current research as part of the EMA project, the Eco-Metabolistic Architecture project, is very much focused on predictive modeling. So how does the mapping of resource versus the mapping of design geometry and the addition of forces, properties, behavior, and time, how can those things come together to give us insights and more the opportunities to make more targeted and kind of considered decisions in timber architecture. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much once again, and I'm very happy to be part of this.
Congratulations, Thomas Bennett.
Thank you.
The fourth Young Award. The fourth Young Award is attributed to Alexandre Dubo from IAC, Institute for Advanced Architecture in Catalonia. Alexandre Dubois is an architect and researcher that explores the potential of new technology, materials, and designs for a better construction industry with a focus on 3D printing and robotics for a sustainable architecture. He was trained as an architect, an engineer. He has experience in architectural practice, research, and teaching, and he's been at IAC since 2012. Congratulations to Alexandre Dubo.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I couldn't come, unfortunately, to see you at the conference. I'm very honored by this award that I had the chance to, I think, represent some of the work I had the chance to do at IAC with a huge team of colleagues and students. I will try to show you some image of the work we've been doing and hopefully how this could have a positive impact in the way we build and design in architecture. Let me see if this works. Could you see my screen?
Almost. Now we do.
Perfect. Some of the great challenge we're trying to approach at IAC revolve about our foundation. IAC was a space created 20 years ago with this idea of like how technology could have a positive impact in construction, exploring a bit what is possible at many aspects. We try to have a multi-scala, multidisciplinary approach to research. So we try to combine a very wide range of ideas, but also knowledge into project, and they're not very always easy to follow or to connect. My research weave into this as well and use the same tool as IAC. One of the things is the advantage of being able to mix research, education, but also development with company and industry, as well as being on the terrain, trying to convince more architect and urbanists to approach those technology. In particular, the work I will show you today is related to program I lead at IAC with excellent faculties and students. One is the Master in Robotics and Advanced Construction that I teach together with Aldo Solazzo, and the 3D PA program, 3D Printing in Architecture program, together with Edouard Cavet. What is, let's say, the challenge we like to face? We love technology, and there's many that we spoke today and seen, but trying to answer a couple of questions. We try to tackle the construction industry, and in particular some of its requirements today, where we try to make it fast and cheap. This is, like, we have to be honest, the key development today is productivity, not something that I want, but is actually people looking for it. And we need to be able to demonstrate that it's possible to be able to have a dent in the market. We hope that actually the adoption of technology will then open the opportunity to propose new materials, new way of designing, new sustainable approach, but also highly customized solution. So we hope that the introduction of robot, digital fabrication, and computation might be motivated by productivity and economy, but allows sustainability and a higher degree of design and integration to local needs, local architecture, local development. We also see a shift going from a linear economy of extraction of material all the way to trash towards a more circular economy, where we push, especially from the Fab City Research Lab here at IAC, a vision where Fab Lab, digital fabrication, conceptual design could have a say in also new approach to our materials. The goal being that we succeed to keep the material locally, so as close as possible to the citizen and to the city, while the information, the data, our software are exchanged globally. And in this, we sit in terms of architecture close to industry at a scale of Industry 4.0 that I believe you're aware of. What Industry 4.0 allows for us is a much more tight connection between the production and the design. I think you've seen some very nice work before showcasing this opportunity. And one of the aim I had the chance to research at IAC to understand the relation between these three elements: the design, the machine, and the material, and how we can use more let's say, information flow to take better decision, better shape. So a bit this relation between design, machine, and material. This is something I had the chance to explore. So as a student, I'm currently a PhD candidate at Swinburne University together with IAC under the supervisor Mark Burry and Mathilde Marengo, where I explore and retrace 10 years of research and development at IAC into a couple of new approach of design. So how do we design with those materials? And I just want to show you quickly 3 study cases, how we try to integrate this. I think we've seen very well just before it's fantastic about wood and how the information of the wood and this material could be embedded into design and how it could be integrated. The same logic could be expanded to many different material where we can start to reconsider waste streams or other material streams that normally are difficult to deal in terms of fabrication because they are non-standard, they're non-homogeneous, they're not common. So how we can use software to adapt the fabrication process to the material we can find and compose a new type of architecture from those material normally not used in industrial processes. We had a lot of different research where we can use database information. We can store all this information in a searchable, let's say, database that allow us to not design with agnostic information about material, but a purpose and all the information that we have about the information and integrate this into the design process. And this allows us to push recyclability and like the potential of those materials to be used into construction. So how we can trust those materials at a much higher level. And we demonstrated by recycling a couple of pavilions into new ones that is actually allows you to increase seriously the reusability up to 90%. And we have the chance today to work with European projects and companies across Europe to demonstrate that those kind of logic could be embedded into projects. It's actually very interesting to see the difference between academia and industry. So the needs are totally different. The efficiency are key. And for example, they are trying to anticipate the waste in production much more than trying to use the waste. Once they produce the waste, it's very difficult for them to do it. So we have to change the design approach to not be about scaling the waste and designing with it, but instead planning, anticipating the waste and designing with this waste before it actually leaves the industry. So how we can actually design within leftover in CNC sheet, for example. So that's a very interesting direction. There's also type of materiality that are not necessarily an object, not necessarily a shape that we can integrate into architecture. A big development we've done at IAC is to work with natural material, but also with complex geometries and 3D printing with very complex shapes. We had the chance, for example, to work with Acciona to make the first 3D printed bridge in the world that was done in Madrid. And show us like the very how to say complex fights between this hope of a topological optimized geometry, very perfect, and fabrication process that is very difficult to control, powder systems, and at the time trying to work with geopolymer and alternative material was making it very difficult to reach the market, and so all the dimensions became gigantic in this project to be able to be built. Learning from this, we started to approach different materials, different systems. Ceramic is a fantastic material to learn from, to 3D print complex geometry from a natural material that allows you to go into new type of architecture. In this case, we're also trying to integrate it with plants, with systems. But the key here is that the material is actually quite complex to deal with. So when we look at natural material like clay, material, bioplastics, or earth, it's actually a material that tends to deform, to have its own behavior that are not necessarily easy to integrate into industry. And so what we do is integrate sensors, design practice, and also machine adjustment to be able to print with those materials at very large scale. And this allows us to develop new typology also of architecture that try to listen to the materials, and that is enabled thanks to those technology. That also allow us to have fantastic new performance that was not possible, and we inspired a lot by traditional architectures. For example, earth construction that have a vernacular architecture old of millenaries have been a huge inspiration for this pavilion that we built. So a small house prototype we built 2 years ago, and that we are the chance to collect some very nice awards with it. So I have a small video to demonstrate, to show this a bit more in action, let's see if it works.
Located at our mountainside campus, the Valdaura Labs, in the outskirts of Barcelona.
Connection, that's great.
AYAC fabricated the first earthen 3D printed housing prototype of Spain. Given that buildings are responsible for 36% of CO2 emissions, this project is made with fully natural materials to reduce the CO2 impact of construction. The soil is extracted on-site, and the material recipe is optimized with enzymes and fibers for structural and elastic performance when used for 3D printing. From intensive research into the local soil's properties, TOVA emerges as a prototype made of durable geopolymers for substructure, composite natural soil mixture for the walls, and a timber structure and joinery details for the roof. The design includes built-in ergonomic 3D printed furnishings,
Well, I guess the video is not a very good.
and openings that filter daylight. The integrative wall system incorporates passive cavity ventilation and heat conductivity to optimize airflow for cooling and heat insulation, as well as a waterproof coating for the earth. AYAC's ongoing research endeavor showcases the potential of 3D printing on-site construction as a solution to some of the world's existing housing and climate challenges.
And maybe to conclude, I'd like to make a small poke about all our drivers for optimization and trying to find the best, let's say, solutions to build sustainably. We are trying also to integrate the idea of the craft, of the craftsman, of someone that is actually very close to the materials, that understand the process, that understand how to design with those materials, but also understand the culture where something sits. You know? I've been very lucky in my endeavor in this research to collaborate a lot with Tony Kumeya, that is a ceramic craftsman that have fantastic building in Barcelona, and with whom we've been doing a couple of buildings where we try to work at the intersection between robots and craft. And it's been very nice to join a set of experiment where we scan his body, we scan his processes, we understand how we engrave the material, how we work with it, to be able to transfer some of this knowledge into a robot process, to be able to scale it up, but also to introduce new ways of designing in architecture. And for example, he was passionate about music, how we can listen to music and how we could engrave this information into a material. And together we took a bit of challenge to provoke a bit this relation between material, machine, and design by introducing something a bit external. And this will be the last video of this presentation. It was And that will be it from my side. With the question, how could we design this new paradigm of robotic craft? I'd like to thank you for inviting me, and thanks amazing team and colleagues and students behind all this project that you've seen today. 谢谢.
Congratulations, Alexandre Dubord. Goethe wrote about architecture being frozen music, but also the converse that music is liquid architecture, and that certainly is. Yeah. Our fifth Young Award will be attributed to Diego Pinochet from MIT. Diego is an internationally awarded architect, computational design leader, and innovator. He's been a researcher and educator for over a decade in the United States and Chile. He is currently a senior computational designer at Samsung Research America, where he is leading the integration of design and artificial intelligence to boost the future of product design and user experience. Dr. Pinochet holds a PhD in machine learning and robotics from MIT, as well as a Master's of Science in Design and Computation from the same institution. His work focuses on intelligence and interactive fabrication, using computation to amplify the creative potential of design through technology. He has developed innovative design methodologies for human-machine interaction based on gestures and artificial intelligence. He is taught at MIT and currently professor at the Design Lab at UIA, Chile. He has received many awards and is published worldwide. Diego Pinochet.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen. Can you see my slides or my screen actually?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, actually, let me go to the beginning. I will do this very quick because I was indicated that this was like a 5-minute presentation. So again, thank you very much for this award. My work has always been focused on the transition from idea to object since I was trained as an architect. And that has been the body of my research and publications during the past, I don't know, like 15 years. I will show you a little bit of this. I was, again, I started working as an architect where I designed buildings, for example, the Guanaco warehouse and offices, where I got the Art Daily Building of the Year award in 2009. I designed a couple of houses with my own architecture practice, always stressing this idea, or this basically this idea of like having physical and digital models at the same time, establishing the dialogue and comparing basically like both worlds. I was very into parametric design in the past, where I developed like a couple of projects and tools to actually develop double curve surfaces made out of like different materials. I collaborated with people like Jose Sanchez, professor now from Michigan University, and like very complex construction systems for easy assembly. And I did for more like interior architecture work, traditional work, and also like installations, for example, for Lollapalooza Festival in 2016. In the area of computational design, and basically what is my main research, I've been always interested in this idea of how can we interact with technology in a more creative way, not only as a problem solving, but also as a problem setting, and to explore ways where technology, for example, can enhance or can push basically asking the right questions. So this is how in 2015, for example, when I got my master's in the design and computation group, I worked toward the integration of humans and machines, embedding machines with artificial intelligence, when artificial intelligence and machine learning was just like taking off. Actually, this was 2013, to create this idea of interaction and fabrication as a dialogue, as a conversation with machines. This is how I developed a system that I call Making Gesture, that was published widely in several conferences, and I taught workshops, and I showed it in several parts as a way not only to, again, solve a problem or come up with a product, but as a provocation to see how can we actually interact with machines that have like some sort of intelligence. I've been working in several like sensing technologies also, because my approach to this collaboration with intelligent machines is like a multi-modular one, using different sensing and acting technologies that I developed over the past. And I've been interested, especially during my PhD, in this idea of interaction, where how can you basically, again, establish a conversation with now, given the current technologies, more intelligent machines. This is how I've been exploring this idea, for example, of like real-time generation of 3D modeling. This is a work that I developed with a colleague here I developed at MIT with a colleague, where basically you can immediately get 3D models and modification of to 3D models based on user sketches. I've been also working a lot with the integration of or creation of new tools using machine learning. For example, like this project that was called ML1B, that is a node-based programming software integrating different machine learning models for creation, in this case for controlling different lights, for example, or using generative AI to connect, for example, human gestures with different outputs. This is how I work in a project that is called Distributed Lighting Network. That you can see here is a series of like an array or like an interactive wall that based on human gestures produces like different, for example, like light outputs. You can see it a little bit better. I'm not gonna stop on this. I've been working also in product design, for example, shoes for New Balance, exploring also like additive manufacturing, multi-material additive manufacturing technologies, developing the technologies towards that, and also the software and what I call the PRED, the property representation, to actually distribute material or map materials into different shapes. I've been publishing papers around that area. I've been working also in robotics using reinforcement learning, and this is something that I did also for the initial workshops during COVID for digital futures, where I taught the interactive robotic manipulation using reinforcement learning. So how can you teach, for example, a robot to accomplish a certain goal? Also, I integrated in my work, again, continue working on this idea of gestural interaction with machines. So you can collaborate with different machines. So you can see here, I developed like several plugins for Grasshopper that you can use, for example, to translate your gestures into, for example, like KRL code that you can use in fabrication scenarios. And these were put to the test, for example, in projects like the Radical Ceramics. That is a project that I developed with colleagues at Harvard University when I was doing my PhD at MIT, to explore like more radical ways of ceramic printing. Lastly, for my PhD, I've been exploring more radically this idea of an interaction with machines, creating what I call the computational gesture making framework, what I explore using in my basement, basically, using different modes of this multimodal approach to fabrication and human-computer interaction or human-machine interaction, or creation, using different modules and algorithms that could basically create that. So I explore like things like autonomous assembly, where you don't dictate, for example, specific rules for assembling like complex shapes, so the machine needs to figure it out. I work also like in different ways of trajectory prediction for interaction, or for example, developing a grammar that could help you, for example, communicate and actually create mutual intelligibility with machines toward creation. These are all things that I explored in my PhD that I finished this year. Actually, I graduated this year, mainly focused on developing this communication or interface device that is not only based on vision, but also like in tactile and other modes of sensing. continue developing projects around multi-material 3D printing, integrating into my computational gestural making framework. So I just want to say a few words before I finish. You can find more of my work there. I'm honored to be here today to receive this award from the Digital Futures community. I would like to start thanking Tongji University and the Digital Futures community for their labor in spreading computational design in such an enthusiastic way. The Digital Futures community has created a space where designers from all over the world can come together to share their work, learn from each other, and collaborate on new projects. I am grateful for the opportunity to be part of this community and to be able to contribute to its growth since the call made to many of us when COVID hit in such a devastating way. I would like to also thank the selection committee for trusting me with this award. This award is a recognition to my work and trajectory as an architect, educator, researcher, and as a computational designer, and I am humble to be receiving it. I will not be here today receiving this without the support of my mentors, colleagues, and friends, and I'm grateful for their guidance and encouragement. But most of all, I would like to thank the community of students and participants of Digital Futures. Your work and efforts have made this my project, or for example, or this project actually grow and become such a fertile place for designers around the world. I am inspired by your creativity and innovation, and I'm excited to see what you will accomplish in the future as a platform and community. I have always believed that teaching, for example, and sharing knowledge is a matter of exchange. Having the possibility to spread the word around computational design through my research and academic labor allowed me to learn and grow tremendously as a professional. And I think this is the same thing, and this is what excites me about Digital Futures. I think this is a quid pro quo situation in which what you deliver is always returned in multiplied in several ways. To conclude, I'd like to thank the design and computation group at MIT for giving me the opportunity to develop my work on interactive fabrication and human-computer interaction without restrictions. The design and computation group provided me with the resources and space to fail, to hit as many walls as I could, and from that to grow and finally come up with novel research that could inspire generations. And to finalize, I would like to reach out to all of you out there. I want you to know something, that this is finally our time. As computational designers, we have a unique opportunity to shine and thrive and make a significant impact in our society. Our skills are being required more and more, not only at an academic level, but also in industry to help shaping the future of the world. Now, as a senior computational designer at Samsung Research America, I can closely see how creativity and novel ways of thinking about design is not geared towards solving problems, but how to set them and look things from different perspectives. This is a precious skill designers have, and that is being required and sought by our society. It is not about who develops what technology, but how you put them to good and novel uses, and that's why we will shine. We are at the forefront of a new era of design, and I'm excited to see what we can accomplish together as a community. Thank you again for this award, and honored to be part of this community, and look forward to continue to work with all of you to shape the future of computational design. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Diego Pinochet. Thank you very much to everybody. It's been an honor to present the Young Architect Awards.
Thanks a lot to Tom Lerbus. I think it's really competitive for the Young Award, actually more than 20 candidates. And the final decision is made by the Digital Future fellows because it's really difficult options because so many talent, the young generation actually played a very important leading roles in the R&D, the research, and also they contribute a lot to different society culture, as Diego mentioned. I think thanks a lot to all of you. And next, I think the most important part, I would like to invite Professor Mike Xie to announce the annual Architecture Digital Futures Award. Welcome.
Thanks, Philip. It is my great honor to announce the Architectural Digital Futures Award. The Architectural Digital Futures Award is attributed to Jenny Sabin from Cornell College of Architecture, Art, and Planning. Jenny Sabin is an architecture designer whose work is at the forefront of a new direction for the Let me repeat. Jenny Sabin is an architecture designer whose work is at the forefront of a new direction for the 21st century architecture practice, one that investigates the intersections of architecture and science, and applies insights and theories from biology and mathematics to the design of responsive material structures and ecological spatial interventions for diverse audiences. Jenny is the Arthur and Isabel Weisenberg Professor in Architecture and the inaugural chair for the new multi-college Department of Design Tech at the Cornell College of Architecture, Art, and Planning, where she established a new advanced research degree in meta design computation. She's principal of Jenny Sabin Studio, an experimental architecture design studio based in Ithaca, and director of Sabin Design Lab at Cornell. Her book, Lab Studio, Design Research Between Architecture and Biology, co-authored with Peter Lloyd Jones, was published in 2017. In that same year, Jenny won MoMA Young Architects Program with her submission, Lumen. Warmest congratulations to Professor Jenny Sabin on winning the Architecture Design Digital Futures Award. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Jenny Sabin to give a speech.
Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Is that showing up full screen on your end?
Sorry, wait a moment.
Okay. Okay, you can continue.
Does everything look okay on your end?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Fantastic. So thank you so much. It's really a sincere honor to receive the Digital Futures Award. I'm humbled and thrilled to receive this incredible award. Thank you to the judging panel, to Philip Wan, the Digital Futures leadership, and importantly, the Digital Futures International community. On behalf of my students, collaborators, research associates, designers and senior designers in my lab and practice, thank you. This award represents the hard work, passion, collaboration, and innovation of many extraordinary people working together. I have tremendous respect for Digital Futures and its democratic mission to provide accessible and free workshops, lectures, content, and events on the topic of advanced architectural technologies and architectural education, importantly to a diverse international community. It's really a wonderful pleasure to be here today. The title of my short talk is Transdisciplinary Design, AI Augmented Environments, and Living Matter. I'll briefly present one research project and one applied built project. And I'll also kick off by describing a working methodology and process that I've cultivated collaboratively across disciplines for the past 18 years. In many ways, transdisciplinary design and advanced digital technologies have never been more important. A beleaguered planet recovering from the depths of a pandemic and an urgent climate emergency upon us demand that design and technology integrate to cultivate new collaborative models and transformative, highly creative applications to comprehend key social, environmental, and technological issues. At the same time, 3D printing, advanced manufacturing, and robotics are transforming how we live, work, construct, design, do business, and engage with our communities. And we've just seen a tremendous array of incredible work in this space. And certainly recent advances in computation, visualization, and material intelligence and fabrication technologies have begun to alter fundamentally how we design, construct, and make from the nano to the macro scales. For example, how might we rethink building materials through 3D printing and biologically informed design? Can buildings be made more responsive through the integration of artificial intelligence and big data? These new intersections between the digital, the physical, and the biological are radically altering the world from the nano to the macro scales. And in the not so distant future, materials will not just be elements and things in our buildings, they will generate immersive and regenerative adaptive structures. So like the cells in our very own bodies, sensors and living architectural materials will learn and adapt, making materials not only smart, but also cyclically engaged with local environments and resources through ecological feedback loops. To address these pressing issues in our built and natural environments, architects and scientists must embrace change and cultivate new collaborative design models to comprehend these key social, environmental, and technological imperatives. This requires a radical departure from traditional research models in architecture and science with a move towards hybrid, transdisciplinary concepts and new models for collaboration. One approach entails the hybridization of labs and studios to fusing innovations across science and architecture to fabricate next generation architectural materials and structures that are adaptive, resilient, and sustainable. This mode of working has contributed to a body of fundamental research that develops tools and methods that emphasize design research as a continuous and emergent process. At a time of ecological and sociopolitical catastrophe grounded on our deeply entrenched misconceptions of human and cultural dominance over nature, biosynthetic architecture has the potential to open new models and approaches for pedagogy, research, and practice. My collaborative research and practice focuses on innovating responsive and non-standard building skins, biobricks and tiles, and sentient spaces that are not only performative, but generate, hopefully, what author Jenny O'Dell calls attention-holding architecture. For example, one of the fundamental questions that we pose is how might buildings behave more like organisms, responding to and adapting to their built environments? We integrate the premise that nature is resilient, not necessarily efficient, into our thinking and processes analogically. We embrace transdisciplinary design with a focus on problem and knowledge generation over immediate problem solving through collaborative design research processes that are emergent, transforming, and evolving for multiple applications across disciplines and disciplinary frameworks. With strong links to my lab at Cornell, the driving mission behind my practice and research is to create resilient, science-driven, and transformative spaces with and for diverse communities. As friend and colleague Akam Menges recently stated in conversation with my students, we need more research and practice and more practice and research. Our interest probes the productive tinkering and deliberate misuse of digital fabrication machines informed by issues of craft and making to produce biosynthetic material systems and software design tools that have the capacity to facilitate embedded expressions in our built environments. A seminal reference for this work is the biological extracellular matrix, which is a dynamic protein network that physically and chemically couples the exterior environment of cells with their interior and vice versa. And in my ongoing collaborative research, with cell and molecular biologists, beginning with the late Dr. Peter Lloyd-Jones. This presented to me and my students a series of really powerful ecological thinking models to bring back into architecture in terms of exploring the dynamic feedback loops between looking at how context specifies form, function, structure, materiality, pattern, history, event, and so on, as a very powerful and ecological way of thinking in design. This method of working across science, engineering, and architecture cultivates what I call a biosynthetic design process, where generated results are materialized as architecture capable of responding dynamically to both environment and to deeper interior program systems and circuits. In addition to innovating adaptive and responsive materials, we also work with non-standard components to investigate the rapid manufacturing of full-scale 3D printed parts for larger architectural assemblies. This has led to a series of seminars and studios on the topic of digital ceramics over the past 15 years, representing research, innovation, and teaching. And in my lab, we have been focusing on bricks. I thought this was a very accessible point of departure. This is an early phase of polybrick, where obviously with the advent of 3D printing, every single brick can be unique as long as it's coordinated within the overall assembly. We can begin to look at the promise of 3D printing local materials, and we saw some really amazing examples of this. And more recently, we have been collaborating with mechanical engineers with expertise in human bone and the mechanics of human bone, turning again to nature for a set of design drivers to optimize, for example, load path conditions through 3D printing, and also to optimize for the path of load paths within a load-bearing wall. The short research project that I'll present this afternoon and this morning focuses on the question, how might we rethink building materials through 3D printing and biologically informed design? And this is Polybrick 3.0, which is a multi-year collaboration together with Dan Lau and his group in biological and environmental engineering here at Cornell. And in recent research experiments in my lab, this mode of bio-informed thinking has now expanded to designing with life through DNA-steered ceramic materials and living glazes with dynamic feedback mechanisms. The work reflects upon new questions of adaptive and living materials in architecture through the integration of processes in additive manufacturing, and importantly, in conjunction with cutting-edge research in DNA hydrogel development. So we work with synthetically designed advanced bioengineering, and these prototypes, you can see we've gone back down in scale, utilize 3D printed clay, hydrogel, and DNA. And here we're interested in exploring programmable biofunctionalities in our constructed architectural environments through the development of these advanced ceramic biotiles. And DNA, which is the information storage molecule for biological systems, is also a known material for engineering. And so we're working with DNA hydrogels alongside advanced bioengineering to explore and design directly with light, where unique signatures fluoresce within the polybrick clay body. You can see some of the results here in the images. So specifically, we're working with a DNA sequence based on luciferase, or the magical firefly, which they're just starting to come out here in Ithaca at Cornell. And in this case, the input energy is ATP and the output energy is light. And this enables a cell-free production of light on ceramic tiles. In Polytile 2.0, we're taking this to the next level, where we're working at scale with a typical scale of an architectural tile. And these tiles utilize 3D printing patterning techniques and the novel bioengineered hydrogel materials that I just spoke about to importantly tune surface conditions and effects at both the micro and macro scales. So imagine a living wall that not only alerts you to local contaminants or particulate matter in the local environment through the emission of light, as I just described, but then also cleans that local environment through chemical and biological interactions. So in many ways, DNA nanotechnology will open up new possibilities for creating nano to macro scale materials and architectural elements that can dynamically react to environmental cues and interact with biochemical and even human reactions. And so our current research is focusing on responses to the local environment. And so the last project will focus on textile tectonics and building upon this core body of research, but really taking it to an urban scale. So this second applied project builds upon over a decade of work testing how these biologically informed concepts and adaptive materials can be applied experimentally in architecture to engage with diverse communities. And specifically, our work in artificial intelligence has focused on the following two questions that you can see on this slide. Since 2012, we have been able to deepen and apply our ongoing research on responsive materials that engage the dynamics of light and energy, such as through structural color, and in this case, working with high-tech solar active and photoluminescent responsive fibers, commencing with a commission that resulted in the MyThread Pavilion for the Nike Flyknit Collective. And following several projects, including Polythread for the Cooper Hewitt Design Triennial, we were able to take this work to an urban scale with our winning entry Lumen for MoMA and MoMA PS1's Young Architects program in 2017. And this project features over 18,000 square feet of digitally knit porous canopy structures, 3 42-foot tall tensegrity towers, an interactive misting system, robotically wound spool stools. And for the first time, we were really able to test our high-tech responsive fiber knit material system with actual context and the changing conditions of the environment. In a recent project for a really innovative developer, Imcan in Abu Dhabi, we designed and produced a permanent public beach activation project, and this time collaborated with Gore, producers of Gore-Tex, to develop an entirely new photoluminescent ePTFE material that can importantly withstand the extreme conditions and climate of Abu Dhabi, including sand and windstorms. Our collaborative work also importantly includes a significant human component, both in how it's made through a hybrid of analog and digital design processes, but also through the active engagement with communities in architectural and urban contexts. And this was a photograph during one of the Saturday warm-up events in 2017 at MoMA PS1. And so I'll conclude briefly with this project, ADA, which is a project by my practice, Jenny Sabin Studio, in collaboration with Microsoft Research. And this project also co-evolved in a transdisciplinary design context. And in many ways, a transdisciplinary practice can provide collective and democratic solutions to important questions around technology, and specifically working with big data to enable new forms of access, well-being, and agency. In conjunction with this work, we've been exploring how artificial intelligence can personalize rooms, spaces, and buildings. Let me turn that off. The spaces and environments that we inhabit in many ways influence how we feel and also how we act. And so working with researchers and engineers at Microsoft Research, ADA is driven by individual and collective sentiment data that is collected and housed within the Microsoft Research building on their Redmond campus in Washington State in the US. The project is named after the polymath mathematician, first computer programmer and early innovator of the computer age, Ada Lovelace. And the project explores performance, material innovation, human-centered adaptive architecture, and emerging technologies, and specifically working with AI in a spatial context. So through the integration of responsive materials and these specific technologies, we were interested in exploring how the project could perhaps promote and increase well-being and healthier environments through people's direct engagement with the project. The project is composed of and assembled from a compressive network of over 900 unique 3D printed nylon nodes and fiberglass rods, which holds ADA's form in continuous tension. The lighting system and materials respond to human participation as individual and collective facial pattern data are collected through a network of cameras, processed by AI algorithms, and transmitted as sentiment through light and color. And so working collaboratively, we designed and programmed the software, which runs on 2 programs, which allow Ada to interface with human sentiment in her environment. A program runs on the on-site PC, and a program also runs on each of the Raspberry Pis and the Brain Ring, which you can see at the top of the project. And these expressions are classified using Microsoft researcher Daniel McDuff's platform, which drives Ada. And importantly, McDuff is working at the intersection of psychology and computer science to design hardware and algorithms for sensing human behavior at scale to building technologies to improve human experience and, importantly, daily life. So a really important aim of the project was to expand and inspire architectural engagement with humans. And so while AI powers the project through the precise narrowing and statistical averaging of data collected from individual and collective facial patterns and voice tones, the architecture of Ada augments emotion through aesthetic experience, and hopefully thereby opens the range of possible human emotional engagement with the project as a set of dynamic feedback loops. In turn, the project continues to open new pathways for fundamental research on the use of AI to correlate connections between human sentiment and the local environment. It's being used as an active platform at Microsoft Research currently to explore human emotion through sensors and interfaces to detect changes in facial patterns and voice tones, and hopefully in turn respond to ways that we can produce healthier and more responsive environments. So in many ways, Ada offers a subtle and abstract set of interactions with humans through space, material, and form to augment and expand our emotional range in a specific context, in this case, an office environment, which in turn affects the probable sentiment data being collected as new information in a spatial context. So as stated, the spaces and environments that we inhabit influence and shape who we are and how we are feeling. Through the integration of responsive materials, emerging technologies, and interactive feedback loops, Ada offers an interface for personalizing architecture to make it more human and reflexive. Ada, in many ways, is a demonstrator project showcasing the capacity and future of architecture to promote and increase well-being. And in many cases, it explores how transdisciplinary design is really fundamentally about connections and synergies across science, technology, and architecture, steered by the systemic and relational conditions of life, from DNA to sentiment, as future adaptive and intelligent materials and the optimism of possibility. So through the integration of biological adaptations, DNA-steered materials, and emerging technologies such as AI, we believe that the future will bring buildings that emit light, rooms that sense and respond to the well-being of their occupants, and cellular building skins that collect and store energy. This is where you can find us. I've just talked about 2 brief projects. We've been very fortunate to receive generous funding over the years from industry partners, clients, foundations, and federal granting agencies. And again, thank you so much for this award. It's a sincere honor and really a pleasure to be here today. Thanks to the entire Digital Futures community.
and Professor Anthony Picon.
Is he on? Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot to Professor Mike Shea to announce the new fellowship. Anton Picon, because of time difference, it's not a good time for him to present, but he actually made a great lecture 2 days ago in the PhD Consortium of Digital PhD program. I think congrats a lot to the new fellowship, Professor Xu Weibo and Professor Anthony Picon. So in the future, we're looking forward you can play more important leading roles to the whole society. And also, last but not least, is the special keynote speech today. Xu Weibo, we would like to introduce Xu Weibo from Tsinghua University to give the keynote speech tonight. Welcome.
It's my honor to receive this title of fellow. I will make my great efforts to promote the development of the digital future in the future. Digital future, in fact, not only the digital future, but also intelligent future.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Is that okay? What is the so there is echo. So if I can to use the robots to replace laborers to construct a building. If we give a definition of the intelligent construction, maybe we could say it like this. Intelligent construction means the whole process of the building construction and all the professions related make full use of digital technology to realize the objectives of the construction. What is the whole process? Whole process including design, manufacturing, construction, estimate management, while all profession, including architecture, structure, air conditioning, electricity, construction, and management, and the related fields such as the material and the transport components and the prefabricate construction equipment and so on, all related fields are put together. In fact, IC rely on the successive digital flow, which in fact starting from the architecture design at the beginning, and then being added, revised, feedbacked, optimized during the whole process and among all the profession. Based on this digital flow, the physical construction of the building will rely on internet, CNC machines, 3D printers, robots, and so on to reach the IC, the intelligent construction and management with high quality, efficient environmental protection result. In fact, this whole process needed a kind of a new platform we could call engineering information platform. That's the EIP. It seems to the BIM, but it's not the BIM. The BIM is cannot load so many informations of whole construction process. We need kind of new platform which could bear the whole load of the engineering construction process. This is especially happened in China because of the lack of the labor. The price of labor increased very quickly. Nowadays, in a big city, one labor price almost $100 US. And the next 10 years, it will continue keep increasing. Of course, the main reason is because we already arrived in intelligent times. There are emergent new technologies happen and continue to be applied in the construction field. So this is some reason behind. But anyway, the building industry are changing. So we come back to the question at the beginning we raised. The architectural design is for the construction, but the construction way are changing nowadays. So architectural design should change its content. So to some extent, the traditional architectural design method and even the architects were gradually disappeared. Some architects, some experts said, I also agree this various point. But in fact, from the new construction way, we found a new architecture, a new kind of architects emerging. That's to meet the new requirements of the intelligent construction industry. Today, mainly I will talk about our team's work. Let's use the 3D printing concrete technology to construct some practice projects. What is the concrete 3D printing construction by robots? In fact, it is an integrated technology system which consists of 4 technologies. One is the digital architecture design, and the second is the robotic system and controlling. And the third is the 3D printing technology. Fourth is the material for printing. And these 4 technologies integrated into a system which could be applied in the construction of the building. Although it is a technology system from 4 technologies, but it related to 6 industries. First one is the digital design, and the second one is the software. Third is the robotic manufacturing, and fourth is the printing equipment manufacturing, and fifth is the printing material producing, and also including the digital construction side. This 6th field will support this technology to be used in the building construction. And there are some advantages of robot 3D printing concrete technology. First one is save power, and the second is high efficiency. Third is low cost. 4 is a high quality. 5 is environmental protection. And 6 is a new form, creating a new form. And following, I will use our team's practice project to interpret this kind of advantages. First, saving manpowers. This is the 3D printer we development about several years ago. And I put the 6-axis robot on a platform, which could move on top of the platform. And also this platform could lift and at the same time could go in the track. So there are only 2 people control the 3D print, this machine, and to print a house. And this is the detail on the side. Use the machine to print it a farmer house. And then this year's last years we improved the technology and to have a second generation of the printing machine. We integrate the robot, the lifting, and the edgeway, and the track together. And it could print it wider and print it higher, and also could print it along the way, and also could print it long distance when the edgeway moving forward. And this is in the construction site in America, in West Cantina, in Iowa state. And we used a machine for home 3D printing. This is the printing the home printing launching ceremony. And this started printing the wall of the home. And then you can see on the site, there are a few people. In fact, there are 3 people on the site. They could print a house. One take care of the iPad. And then another one is take care of the material after the wall. And another one is free for anything that he wants to do. So this is save manpower, first point. And the second point is high efficient. In fact, use this technology could shorten the construction cycle. And in the screen is a 3D printed garden located in Shenzhen, in the front of the Shenzhen Conference Center. This is a video show the process of the printing. We use 4 robotics to print in the garden. This is on-site printing, directly to the printing the road. And this is the completion. After completion, the park looks like. Every elements, including the path, including sculpture, the tripod, and so on, are printed by a 3D printer. And another way is to print the elements aside in a temporary space and then move the elements to the site and assemble them together. This is about 600 square meter park. It takes only 2 months and to print it, all the elements and plant it and to complete it, the garden, the park in the city. And this is a corner of the park. This is a tripod after assembled together and then made of surface treatment. And another example is we had a project in Kenya, and it is low-income house about 40 square meter large. It takes exactly 1.5 days to complete the main body printing. Start from the morning, and so 36 hours it taken to complete the printing project. And this is printing in the night. And this is the printing process. They could see that it really takes a short time to print the building. And another example is in 2018, in the end of 2018, they printed a bridge in Shanghai. And it takes about 250 hours, use 2 sets of the robotics to complete all the elements printing, and then transport to the site and assemble them together. This is a recent photo of the bridge. And the third point is the low cost. This is a farmhouse in Hebei province, Xiaohuayuan district. It is 106 square meter farmhouse, and the average price of the house is 2,000 yuan per square meter. But generally, if we would use steel frame prefabric system for the farmhouse, it takes 3,000 yuan per square meter. It's a report detail. No voice. But it shows the process of the printing, the house printing. 2,000 yuan per square meter, also including the decoration of the interior. This is the third point. And fourth point is high quality. In fact, the machine, the printing machine, because it is robotics, it could reach the 2 millimeter accuracy, but not because the printing material itself very rough. So we could reach 5 millimeter accuracy. And this is an example in Xi'an Sacco Park. We printed 7 tree poles. This is one of them. It's a very big, could be the tree pole. At the same time, as the bench, the people could sit and stand on it. This design, we cooperate with the Yangao. Yangao designed that at the beginning. Yeah. And this is another example in Dongguan, West Station. Recently finished the project. This is a kind of leaf, just like the leaf form, the leaf bench. And also could reach very high accuracy, and it looks very elegant. There's some other flower box. We have different texture of the surface. And we also use a white cement to printing those decoration elements could put inside the interior space. And the fifth point is environmental protection. In fact, in the project, we use the recycling materials. You know, the materials consist of mainly the cement, the sand, and also fiber and other additives. The main part of the printing material consists of the sand and the cement. And in fact, we use the machine-made sand which is recycling material. And also we use industrial waste material to replace the cement to some extent. Well, the highest extent in the real project, we could 30% of the cement could be replaced by the industrial waste material. And also during the process, we had some broken waste components, and we could use this material, these broken components to be the foundation of the next project. We try many ways, try to take the material recycling and to protect the environment. And that sometimes this screen shows the detail of a wall. Above this picture shows a sandwich detail of the wall. In the middle layer, there are some hollow space, and in which we filling in the isolation material. And sometimes we could have more layers in one walls, and beside the sandwich in outer of the wall, we could add another decoration layer. And so the wall, in fact, is a 4-in-1 function. 4 functions include the structure, could be isolation, and could be waterproofing, and also decoration. This is the farmhouse detail printing of the wall. And this is the texture of the weaving texture of the wall. And this is the scenery of the wall see-through narrow space. And of course, 6 is this technology could realize a new form. This is a book cabin, book hut in Shanghai, and it is for book launching, and also could have reading meeting and a discussion meeting in the space. About only 30 square meter large. It is located in a small grove in Shanghai. And after completely in the computer, and we finished the virtual design and start the physical construction. First to have a foundation, and then to start printing the base of the building, and continue layer by layer printing the wall. And the roof is printed aside, and then hoisting it onto the printed wall. Here's some details of the printing process. It's a very short video for the process of the printing. It's inside in a space with a skyline, which could open and for the ventilation. Here's another overview of the building. And after that, after the book show, book cabin, we also did a similar building, which is exhibition hall in Xuzhou Flower Export. It is for the exhibition of the Zhongjian Keji company. This is the small printed building located. This is a model of the design. After the model design, we had a structure calculation. And then when decided the model and start to have the routine plan for the robotic, and I have the coding, and then to test in the computer. After that, solve all the problem, and then come to the site. It's a similar process with the book cabin. Used 3 robots to work together and printed it. This left is the model in the computer, and the right hand is the physical building printed. Okay, above is about the 6 advantages of the 3D printing technology. And finally, I will show a project we cooperate with Professor John Lin in Hong Kong U. And last summer, we printed a farmer house in Guizhou. And the screen show the left hand is the building printed. And the right hand is original farmer house to see a video. It's really a mountain area. And first, we had a truck and to carry the robots to the near road, and I use the crane to hoist the robots onto the site. If there is the music, that would be fantastic, but there's no. Yeah, we mainly printed the first floor, and the concept of the design is by Professor John Lin and his team. We set the robot. In fact, the concept is first to remove the older farmer house aside and storage the parts of the farmer house, the components of the farmer house aside. This is the original farmer house. And then we newly built a concrete printing floor, first floor to print it. And then renew the original farmer house to its original position. During the process, it's really a very interesting process combined with, based on their lives, their habitats, and also their music, their handcraft technologies all meet together. The whole process is the combination and the mixed culture process. And when they removing the older farmer house, they use traditional way and handmade. It's like they're cooking their life. After prepare the site, start to mix the concrete, and the robot start work. And first to print it first floor. In fact, the first floor including the courtyard. We enlarge the interior space and to combine put with the interior space, and also keep its privacy. And after the first floor printed, again, the farmers participate in the construction process, and they use their traditional traditional technology to rebuild the house, the wood structure house, and in fact, it's renew the older farmer house to its original position. After that, and then take the robots away. And this is some picture, some photos of us reprinting process. My team stayed there for 1 month and completed this project. And it is a question which we could consider. The new technology itself is totally new, but we in fact could combine the traditional technology and to keep the traditional living culture, and to make a new building which is married into the environment, and still the village is continue its history. And this is another view of the building, the inside of the building. And we also got some reward. This is my CV, symbol CV. That's my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think Professor Shugo actually, I think he is the first generation of digital architecture from 2002 to 2004. I think at the very beginning, he invited all the international designers coming to Beijing for Beijing Biennale. I think at that time, including Alyssa and Zach, Alyssa, a very young generation, 20 years ago, to make performance to introduce the newly technology, this digital technology to the world. I think published a sequence of books, I think more than 20 books from Professor Shuego, and influence a whole generation. Actually, I have a lot of students like Luodan, a lot of students, a lot of his students become right now teaching in different universities around the world. So thanks a lot for Professor Shuego's leadership and contribution to the society. So it's a great honor to have him in the fellowship, and in the future, looking forward to organize more events and different academic seminars or workshops, the joint studios, collaborating with different schools and bridging China with international universities. So thank you so much, Professor Shuego here. And I think I would like to announce after events, please all the advisors, professors, and instructors are welcome to join us. We have a special meeting event tonight, and the van is waiting downstairs. We should moving to the town center. So thanks for all the students here. I think it's really a special moment to have so many young generation, and also so many talent designers, and also the professors here with us today, all over the world, maybe online, offline. I think it's really a special time with you. Thank you. Tomorrow, the workshop will start. It's very, very intense week. And looking forward, we have a final exhibition on July the 1st, and our university president will join the opening event. And July the 1st, we'll have the final introduction and the final presentation from all the teams in a very intense week, intense afternoon. And looking forward
for all your achievements in the near future. Thank you so much.